popped out, and Gleyber Torres grounded out to end the inning. Cleveland would then add a couple of insurance runs in the ninth. This one felt like a playoff game downtown. These two teams combined to use 10 relievers and nearly 35,000 packed Comerica Park to take it in on a weeknight. Manager AJ Hinch says the Tigers are embracing how tight this race has become. The Tigers have now lost 14 of 21, while the Guardians have won 11 of 12. The Yankees beat the Twins last night. They're now tied with the Tigers for the 2 seed in the AL. Tarek Skubal will take the ball this afternoon in the series finale, looking to stop the slide. The Red Wings begin training camp in Traverse City this morning before their preseason opener next Tuesday downtown. General Manager Steve Yzerman says he understands the sense of urgency for the Wings to break their playoff drought, but he is defending the rebuild, saying he can't predict how long a rebuild will take. Yzerman says things like the lottery and who's available in the draft are out of his control. Michigan's hoping to have 3 key defensive backs back from injury for the Big Ten opener at Nebraska on Saturday. Safety Rod Moore, the most likely to make his season debut and come back. Starting corner Zeke Berry and safety Mason Curtis are also hoping for returns. This after they both missed CMU last week. The 21st ranked Wolverines are 2.5-point favorites at the 3-0 Huskers. And Thursday night football, the Buffalo Bills hosting the winless Miami Dolphins in Orchard Park. They're 11.5-point favorites. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And good morning on a Thursday. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan's voice. You just heard it on the updates. He'll be with us all morning. John, how are you?
I'm good. It's a rough morning, but I have recovered from the last, 5 minutes, which made it a rough morning because...
Yeah, I was a little concerned how today's going to go when you asked us where your backpack is.
Yes. And
while it was on your shoulder.
But very concerned, like, dude, where's my bag, right? Like, what did I do with it? I'm looking at you. I'm like, wait, you mean the one on your shoulder right now? Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah,
that one, John.
Yeah, because it has my desk key in it, so I knew that I had to have it in here somewhere. And then, and I'm instantly thinking, all right, one of you guys is messing with me. Like, you hit my bag. All right, somebody's about to get beat up. And I literally was like, wait a second, because my routine when I get in here first, I take out some of the stuff in my bag that I need for the show, and I put it at my workstation here in the studio. And I thought, did I, for the first time ever, take my bag in and leave it in there? Because I never do. I take it out of my bag, leave my bag at my desk, come in here. And then I was looking down, I'm like, where is my bag? And Heather looks at me with the, you're a dumbass look. You mean the one that's on your back? So here we go.
Wide awake and ready to go,
One
John.
of those days.
Yep. So I was about ready to say something, and you said what you said, Heather.
Yeah.
But I saw the backpack on your bag, and I thought you had another bag with you or something.
Right.
And I was literally about to say, is it up front? Because you got here first today and had to turn on the lights.
Right, yeah.
And I thought, well, maybe that was out of your norm and that you had sat it there.
Yeah. Everything was a little bit off today.
Lights have been off every day this week when I come in. That's never happened really much before. I don't know what's going on.
So who at the end of the day is like walking through and doing
And
energy
turning off
saver
lights?
mode?
There's usually a different person here.
I'm very concerned.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody we don't
What's
know.
it, in honor of the Tigers play?
Oh, no.
You turn the lights out. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Good night.
Turn the power off. Turn the
Had
bats
no
off.
power last
Yeah,
night.
no doubt.
Shut out. It's frustrating. Okay, it's 4.5 now, John. And AJ, you hear the quote in the update there. Pressure packed. Where are you at? Not nervous? Are you anxious? How would you describe your emotions?
Just
like yesterday,
mad.
you were annoyed.
I'm just mad because we wanted a good outing by Jack Flaherty. Did we not get a good outing by Jack Flaherty?
Solid.
Yeah. And so we're like, okay, he gets through 5 and, punches the last one out after Chris Fetter comes up. And I'm mad that it's not over. I was frustrated. I was annoyed yesterday. And today I'm just angry.
Skubal on the mound today, I think, is the saving grace for people. But if they lose the Skubal start, if they're swept by the Guardians if the lead is down to 3.5. If this continues the way it's going, Detroit's currently 5-9 in September. If they lose today, 5-10 in September. Like, now we're starting to use the C word. Now we're talking about a collapse.
Oh, I thought you were going to say choke.
Oh, sure, that one too.
Yeah.
But this is, you're putting it on Scooble today. Go out and win. You do. It's back up to 5.5 with under 10 to go. And
Well, that's what you do with your A's.
yeah. So I'm not like at the panic, anxious, nervous. Lose today, and those emotions all start to crowd around, and they're hanging out in the same room as us.
Well, there's also this cloud of we all want to see Scooble pitch today, and we all want him to look like Scooble.
Healthy and dominant.
Yeah. And this is where, and it's playoff baseball, right? You got to slam the door at some point. Throw your ace out there, and, it's not going to be all done today. One win doesn't cure everything, but it sure will help with my anger.
If you win today, it's presumably because Scooble's Scooble. You'll get him at least one more time against the Guardians, and then another time, if necessary, at the end of the regular season. It would go a long way to go, hey, I feel like I got a couple more wins in my back pocket with Tarek Scooble on the mound. And Cleveland, as hot as they've been, they're not going to catch us.
Yeah, put them back in their place.
Right. How do people feel today? Because I'm telling you, social media after the game, it's a...
social media, that's always a great place to be,
I
right?
know, I'm just telling you, it's very... There's a lot of unrest right now.
Well, and Tanner Bybee, it's not like...
No, he's not great.
Well, no, but, I mean, he's kind of been one of those pitchers that is somewhat had the
Tigers
number.
Yeah.
And
I just mean, like, you got a pretty big edge. His ERA's over, it's like 4.5?
Right. It's
Yeah. I mean, so throw Scooble on the mound.
And
have
win.
Scooble go 6, win a game.
Have him go. Yeah. Have him go 6. Go as far as you need to go.
7, 8,
Go
10.
as far as you need to go to
15.
win the game. It's playoff baseball.
They have to treat it like that.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of talk. Like Riley Green, I think the quote was like, no one's feeling pressure. Some pressure is healthy. Some pressure is a good thing. And maybe you want to relabel it, and because AJ doesn't think, it's not daunting. Fine, it's urgency. There should be urgency for this baseball team right now. And it needs to show up in the way they play.
It does. It needs to show up in the way they play, and it's preparing a mindset for when the postseason actually is here, when it's actually playoff time. It's the sense of urgency that you want to feel from the team, that they understand what's at stake. And yes, they still have a 3.5 game lead. That's great.
4.5 right now.
So 4.5. Sorry. But let's put your foot on their throat and just choke them out. Mm-hmm. So I know that sounds very violent at 6:08 in the morning, but
in the
you
sports
gotta
sense.
have let's finish it.
Yeah, put this
Go
thing
full
to bed.
Karate Kid. Finish him.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. A check in with people as you wake up the next morning. Look, I started going further back, right? So they're in this stretch where they're 1-5 in the last 6, 5-9 in the month. Even in the second half of the year, they're 3 games below 500. And there's 2 conversations here. There's the hold off the Guardians, win your first division crown in 11 years. There's fight for the 2 seed, which is, a game and a half right now. Houston is the team right behind them. Detroit has the tiebreaker. And then there's the broadest conversation, which is whether it's the division crown, whether it's a first-round bye, what are they actually going to do in the playoff start? And when I tell you, they haven't played well in the second half. They haven't played well in the month of September. They haven't played well this week. I don't think they're going to play very well when they get in the postseason.
It's just maddening. And I am curious as to, we heard it yesterday, where some even thought they Scott Harris should be fired. It should be they're not going to make the playoffs. They're going to completely choke. I don't think that that's at risk, but the division, how much at risk is it?
I mean, the percentages would tell you they have like a 90-some-odd% chance of winning this division. Lose today, and it won't feel that way.
Right.
And if a game can shift it that dramatically, you probably don't have like a 95% chance to make the division championship.
So the Guardians get the Twins this weekend, 4 games in 3 days, a doubleheader Saturday. And so easy matchup. It's at Minnesota. The Tigers get the Braves, who are on a 5-game winning streak.
Yeah.
I'm pinning a little bit of this lately on maybe Gleyber Torres. He's 7 for 50 this month. He's been a key part. He's not playing like an all-star right now. Small window, but they need him to get back to the way he was hitting. He's down at under 260 now hitting.
Time to move Dingler up in the order.
Oh, God.
Exactly.
Go ahead and ask AJ that today.
Hey,
Swap
AJ.
Dingler and Torres.
Yeah, should you just flop those two?
AJ, we were looking at the numbers for your lineup, and we have some notes we want to pass along.
Yeah.
I have the percentages in front of me, John, from Fangraphs, in terms of like the likelihood of the Tigers doing all of the things we've been discussing. To make the playoffs, it's a 98% chance. I don't know if it feels that way to people, but 98% chance
Well, I think
they
making
make
the playoffs.
Okay.
I don't know that we'll argue that.
Win the division.
Yeah.
95% chance. Does it feel like 95%?
No, it doesn't. And so here's where you could say maybe it does. Where you're going to have two school outings against the Guardians.
Right. And those are worth double.
Those are worth double. But you're also going to have one more school start, but does that mess you up for
Depends what you need to play for.
Right.
Which is the next stat I was going to give you. Fangraphs gives them a 59% chance to clinch a bye.
Ooh, now it's getting interesting.
Yeah,
and the last one is win the World Series, 7%.
So the bye is 1.5.
So you're saying there's a chance.
The bye is a 1.5 game lead now over the Astros, who they hold the tiebreaker over. So that's a key little element. The fact that they've jeopardized the bye is driving me insane. Like I've gone from annoyed to mad. Like it's unbelievable that they just haven't been able to close the door here. You said 7% chance for the World Series. Do you think they have any chance of winning the World Series, Jim?
Currently, no.
I'm sorry, where are you from?
I did it.
I would say 7% chance. Yeah,
I
know.
just
You got them into the cost to curse. Everyone else is now cursed.
I trapped them with a natural reaction, from the heart reaction.
248-539-9797. Look, whatever this team needs, I'm here to help.
You're our witch.
Phone calls, ticket text, Tiger Baseball. We also have tickets to give away to see Nate Bargatze this hour on the show. Comedian will be at Little Caesars Arena in August of next year. You're going to want to listen for a certain drop this hour for your chance to win those tickets. It'll be Dan Dickerson saying, "Oh, come on." When you hear that, and I'm sure a lot of people are feeling that today, you're going to want to call in, win that pair of tickets for Nate Bargatze. We have Thursday Touchdown coming up at 6:35, 2 Grand Slam today. And yeah, we've alluded to it, AJ Hinch at 8:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. And I would take anybody on the Bills. Maybe it's Josh Allen to run one in. It could be James Cook. Keon Coleman, if you're a Spartan fan, there's a lot to pick from. But I would probably stay on that side of the ball. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take your shot at a jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Riley Green. That no pressure comment didn't sit well with people.
Well, there's always going to be a matter of pressure.
That's how you handle it.
Yeah. And
I don't think you should run from the fact that it's there.
No.
It's healthy.
But I would still say everybody would admit that would you rather be sitting where the Tigers are or where the Guardians are? The Guardians aren't even in a playoff position.
I was just telling you off air, the Cleveland Morning Show asked their audience who has more pressure today, the Tigers or the Guardians. And you said it's them. They're not even in the playoffs.
Right.
But I think they're looking at it as we don't expect to be in the playoffs. We're not any good. The Tigers are the ones that are trying to avoid a collapse or a choke.
I think it's the Tigers. I think with your ace going today and coming off the scare injury from Friday night, and they're the Guardians are 5-1 at Comerica Park this year. This is a repeat of the other series. The Guardians won the first 3 games in that series, and then Scooble saved the day at the end, so the Tigers can get swept.
And
the
other
same
thing's
thing's in play today, and I think that's an interesting little twist on the game today because the Guardians are probably talking about that, saying, "Look, yeah, we mailed it in or whatever," and yada yada. Man, they were awful that day. Remember, that was one of Scooble's most dominant outings this season,
arguably his finest hour. Look, the Tigers are supposed to win today. They should win today. Inherently, that puts pressure when you're supposed to do something and you aren't doing it. 5-9 in the last since the month of September started.
Okay, but are they in a must-win situation?
No, neither is Cleveland.
I think Cleveland is in a must-win. They're 2.5 games out of the wild card spot.
Yeah, with 10 to go, and they have another 3 against the Tigers coming up next week.
I think they're in a must-win for the division. This thing goes back to 5.5. I think you can sew it up.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It's kind of what you said yesterday. It's all about really
splitting the next two. Yes, Flaherty and Scooble split the next 2 starts, put them in their place.
Eventually, you got to start just the math on it at 5.5 with 10 to go.
Well, that's why I gave people the odds today. It's still a 95% chance they win the division. It doesn't feel that way, and if Scooble loses today, it's certainly not going to feel that way.
Baseball is a numbers game, and the thing is, feels like doesn't
equate to pressure for the guys that are in the game.
But it doesn't just relate to math. The bottom line math is it's 95%. Math doesn't have feel.
Right.
Right, and yeah, and it's also like fans may feel like there's more pressure on the Tigers, less pressure on the Guardians, but if your math doesn't math, it's simply they're 2.5 games out of even being in the postseason. In 10 days, their season's over. So if they really want to make the postseason, the pressure is all on them.
I don't think they expect to make the postseason would be the point.
Okay, well
expectations lead to pressure, right?
Then there's no pressure.
Right.
There's no pressure.
Right. They're just some lousy team that's suspended. Two of their best relievers are suspended. They didn't do anything at the trade deadline. They don't spend any money on their baseball team. They're a bunch of schmucks. And here they are. There's no pressure on them from that standpoint. Here we are, the big bad baseball team that sat in first place for 150 days.
No. I said when I said there's no pressure on the game then for either team.
What do you mean?
I just said.
I'm telling you the optics, the
backdrop. Optics, the fans, all that stuff. But we're talking about Riley Green saying there's no pressure, but
there's expectation. That's what leads to pressure.
Okay. But the expectation is that they are going to win the division, and it may take longer than people want, fans want, but they're confident that they're going to sew it up.
Adam in Gibraltar, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, I woke up a little frustrated today. Talk about pressure. There's a lot of pressure on the Tigers today. There's no question about it. They lose this game with Scoop on the mound. You got to think about it. They have Atlanta coming in, and then, Atlanta has a decent offense. Their pitching has been terrible this year, but, our pitching in the second half has been god-awful. You look at it next week, you go to Boston. They're hot in the second half, and then you go to Cleveland, who's your kryptonite. Yeah, this is a must-win, 100%. This is a must-win game for the Tigers, but they're giving me 06 vibes. Because if you recall, they had a bad September. They blew I think they had a nine-game lead.
They didn't win the division. Yeah.
This kind of gives me kind of like 06 vibes. Not saying they're going to go to the World Series this year, but if they blow this lead, having a 15.5 game lead going in the All-Star break, or
right around that time,
yeah, I think Scott Harris has to look. He has a decent squad. They're very young, but he has to put a core of veteran hitters in that lineup because I don't think they have one lefty hitter that can hit a lefty besides maybe Riley Green. They don't have a pure left-handed hitter that can hit against right and left-handed hitters. I mean, and they're missing a third baseman. So, I mean, they try to get Bregman this year. I get that. I'm not bringing up the whole Bregman thing, but it has to create a sense of urgency for the front office to make this team better in the offseason if somehow they miss the playoffs.
Or even if they limp in and don't do anything, I think it does create the urgency either way, but certainly if they miss. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Hey, when it comes to fall colors, we've got the best place to view them.
Oh, okay.
Right here in our own backyard. Yes, the Upper Peninsula has been named America's best destination for fall colors, according to USA Today's 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards. There you go. I mean, something we all knew, right?
Yeah, we all knew that. Yeah.
The ranking, of course, highlights the region's breathtaking transformation each autumn, fall, whatever you want to call it, as over 8 million acres of forests turn into the vibrant reds, golds, oranges.
Yellows,
yes. And, of course, there's a ton of places to view all these beautiful colors up in the UP. So pretty cool. If you're going to travel up there to see the fall colors, the week of September 28th will be near peak conditions. The week of October 5th will be peak fall colors in the UP. So that's where you're going to want to go.
Sounds cool. Good.
Yeah, for sure. You might remember this story. There was a story that happened in Troy where a bunch of specialized racing wheelchairs were stolen.
Oh, yeah.
It's super expensive, right? Well, all of them that belong to a nonprofit organization have been recovered. They were found nearly 100 miles away in a foreclosed home's garage. So there's still a lot of mystery surrounding this, but the wheelchairs were discovered when a new property owner who purchased the home at auction found them hidden in this back room in the garage. And the only reason he realized what they were is that whoever stole them, it looked like they were going to try to sell them, and they had to get all the logos off, but
everything was scraped.
Well, they scraped it, but there was still like an imprint of the logo that remained in these wheelchairs. So that the new owner thought, I'm going to Google this.
Yeah.
Found the story about how they were all stolen. So that's how they're back. Unfortunately, some of the parts are missing. Some of them are too damaged, need to be replaced. But the organization says, hey, this isn't going to slow us down. We're going to get this stuff replaced. We're going to get all of them.
Maybe they got a lead on actually who took them then.
I know. Well, the police are still investigating that, but at least they've got now connections. I'm sure they can find out who had that home previously and get down to business. They still haven't found the trailer either that was stolen as well. On Wednesday morning, a Detroit woman woke up to find her car burning in flames in her driveway. And a security camera at her home captured a person pouring an accelerant on the car before setting it on fire and running away. And the woman says this isn't the first time that something has happened to her vehicle. It's actually the third time somebody vandalized her car. Back in March, somebody poured sugar in the gas tank. Then that same thing happened again last week, and she had just gotten the car back from being repaired from the sugar when it was lit on fire. Apparently, the first time the sugar incident happened, her son and his girlfriend had broken up. And while there's no proof that the girlfriend had anything to do it, that's kind of what they maybe thought was, maybe
the woman scorned.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Anyway, now the police are investigating the vandalism. ABC is taking Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely because of comments that were made in the wake of Charlie Kirk's murder. It happened during his opening monologue. He was suggesting that the man accused of fatally shooting Kirk was aligned with President Trump's Make America Great Again movement. ABC's decision to pull Kimmel was reportedly based on pressure from affiliates. Nexstar, which is a company that owns more than 200 TV stations nationwide, told the network that it was preempting the show. The FCC had also previously threatened to take action over his remarks as well.
That's the thing that doesn't sit well with me. The government shouldn't be pressuring people to kick him off the air. If ABC doesn't want him on the air because he made a mistake, that's ABC's business. But we shouldn't have government stepping in and pushing people and pressuring people off the air. That's just against free speech. We shouldn't be doing that.
It's National Cheeseburger Day, and local and nationwide chains are celebrating with some free deals and special offers. So there's a lot of local places. If you want to go on a first date to Applebee's, they've got deals going on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you can dine in, use the app, order to go.
Oh, so you could actually have Applebee's at home.
Yeah. You can get a classic burger and classic fries for $8.99. Typically, it's $15.49.
Okay, so you
deal.
get a two for under $20.
Yep. Buffalo Wild Wings has deals if you're a reward member. One of our favorite, I shouldn't say one of my husband's favorite burger places, Bunkhouse Burgers in Clarkston, has a deal too. They're $2 today, burger, so I'm sure he'll go and take part in that.
Give me 5.
Burger King has things. McDonald's, you can get a double cheeseburger for 50 cents when you go through the mobile app.
Okay.
All right,
that
Heather.
sounds like a deal.
With the news.
Yeah.
All right. We got Thursday Touchdown coming up next. It's 97.1. All right, Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is here, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate. I'm talking about 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. It's back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings a smooth, bold flavor to every moment. You can sip it in a sideline marg, or you can enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. kick off the football weekend with the Thursday touchdown.
Alrighty, Michigan State is 3-0, but their defense can't stop anything. USC has scored 165 points in 3 games. Is there a fix for the Spartans' defense for Saturday night?
Well, okay, if just looking defensively, there's always a fix. And sometimes you're just hoping for some drops from the other team. That's not a fix for the defense, but it's blitz, it's create turnovers, when you are tackling a ball carrier, running back or receiver, gang tackle, rip, scrape, scratch, claw, do whatever you got to do to get that ball out, create more opportunities for your offense. The best fix for this defense is Aiden Childs to go out there and score as many points as possible.
It feels like shootout's their only shot. You're right, though. You got to disrupt, stunts, press, blitz, take chances. Understand you're going to get beat, but you need to disrupt and force a takeaway or two.
Well, you guys think USC is going to hang 40, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan State did win a game this year where they allowed 40. So I think one of the keys to this game is how good is USC's offense. If USC's offense is very good, Michigan State's in big trouble.
Well, sure. I mean, that's why the spread is, 18?
Yeah. And growing.
Michigan travels to Lincoln. John's going to be there to take on the Cornhuskers on Saturday at 3:30. Is a 3:30 start the best start time for a college football game?
No. It's 8 p.m. under the lights with a full day of build-up and the perfect environment.
You're disgusting. It's noon.
11
it's
o'clock,
too late
right,
to stay up?
Yeah, if it's Central Time Zone, which I'll be in, it 11 a.m., absolutely, that's the best time. And here's why. And I actually, 3:30 may be the least desirable. I don't like night games, but 3:30, if you're going to the game, then you have to leave at halftime of the previous game, and you don't get home until halftime
Most people don't go to the
game.
game, though. That's my question here. Is like, for me, a 3:30 start is perfect. It's ideal for a day, especially with a family. Usually you got your stuff out of the way with the kids and stuff. But more so, I think it's the background. I think as you get into late September and the sun starts to set and you get the shadows and the horizon, sort of, where the sun's not completely getting in.
Oh, sure. Take a great picture.
And 8 o'clock sucks.
Guys, prime time is
PM?
prime time. It's where you put your best. It's why Death Valley at night. It's why the whiteout is at night for Penn State. There's a reason the best matchups have the atmosphere at night.
Michigan, Ohio State, noon.
I like it. I mean, look, It doesn't bother me, but I prefer 3:30 just for the setting. All right, Clemson is 1-2 with losses to LSU and Georgia Tech. And their one win was against Troy, and that thing could have been a disaster. They were down 16-0 at the half. Is Dabo Swinney really on the hot seat, or has he built up too much equity to be fired?
Way too much equity to be fired. No, he's not on the hot seat. And some people will say, well, he's not winning a championship this year, so fire him. Okay, I always ask the question, who's next? Who's going to be better? Especially in this era of all of the best college coaches or coordinators don't really want to be there anymore. They want to go to the NFL. Who is next? Clemson isn't a perennial powerhouse. Dabo has made them a perennial powerhouse. They've won the conference 7 out of the last 10 years. They've won a national championship. Is there somebody that they're going to hire that's going to be better?
So it's always convenient when you do 7 to 10. You could also say 2 of the last 4, and you could point out they've lost 3 or more games 4 consecutive seasons on their way to 5 consecutive seasons. They have lost steam. They're going in the wrong direction. I don't think they're going to fire him, but the act that he's infallible, he's no longer the coach he once was.
I'm not saying he's infallible. The question is, should he be fired? And the answer is no.
I think no yet. I think there might be the way he tied himself to Klubnik. Klubnik was a humongous recruit for them. Everybody thought Clemson is he's got his guy like Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson again. And it hasn't worked. And you know what it reminds me of? Is Harbaugh hooking himself to Shea Patterson for so long.
Yeah.
Don't let your quarterback take you down, because he clearly hasn't performed the way he was expected to. All right, the Lions had 3 big issues after their loss to the Packers. It was the O-line, the D-line, and the coordinators. They did a great job of correcting these issues against the Bears. But which of these issues remains a concern for you?
D-line. Davenport's hurt. We already didn't think they had enough there. Can they win one-on-one consistently? No, that's my biggest concern still.
Yeah, it's D-line. There's no question. The offensive line performed better. And the coordinators, I thought, have performed admirably. We liked what we saw from John Morton, this offense, obviously in week 2. And, I've liked some of the adjustments that Kelvin Shepherd has made in-game. But then you look at that D-line, and it's the same thing. They're not putting pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And 4 sacks late in the game when you're up by 30 points, that to me is at a minimum what you should get. But when you don't know if you're going to have Davenport and then you still say, we're good, you're not.
No.
I'll say I still got a little question out there about Kelvin Shepherd, and I think, it's his job to make this work without Davenport. He is an inexperienced coordinator. I love what he had to say after the game, after the Packers game. I mean, look, I'm kind of just trying to be a little bit different than you guys here, but I think this is an interesting spot for Kelvin Shepherd going against Lamar Jackson to see what he can do against the Ravens offense. 10 teams are 2-0, and 10 teams are 0-2. Don't be too obvious here. Give me a little creativity.
Come on.
Dude, seriously, you're going to say the Chiefs.
Okay.
I know you are. So give me a 2-0 team that misses the playoffs, and give me an 0-2 team that makes the playoffs.
All right. I'll go ahead and change my answers because I was going to go Bengals. Chiefs. Which is, it is, okay, you ask an obvious question, you get an obvious answer.
Sorry.
All right. So if I'm going to go ahead and change on the fly, the 2-0 team that doesn't make it, I'll just say it's Indianapolis Colts. I don't know how much of the quarterback play you can trust. I don't know how much of, is it for real? Daniel Jones, really? But he's performed great. Maybe the best quarterback in performance in 2 games. So if you're making me change my answer, I'll say them. And the 0-2 team, the Houston Texans.
Cardinals are my 2-0 team that doesn't make it. You have 3 2-0 teams in the West. I like the Niners and the Rams more, so process of elimination. And look, for 0-2 teams, the Chiefs are the obvious one. If you're not going to do the Chiefs, the next one is the Texans.
I agree with you.
So I'm going to go Texans then.
Yeah.
All right, that was a stupid question.
No, it's not a stupid question. You just got the answer, the right answer.
I'm going with Arizona and the Chiefs.
Okay, yeah.
Obvious.
Derrick Henry ranks 18th all-time in leading rushing yardage in the NFL. He trails Emmitt Smith by about 6,700 yards for the number 1 spot. Where will Henry end up on the all-time rushers list? Will he even pass Barry Sanders?
Okay, warning, math alert. Got to do a little bit of number crunching on this. He ran for 1,900 yards last year at age 30. That's an anomaly. I went back since his first 1,000-yard season, and that 7-year span, he averaged 1,450 a season. If he does it this year and the next 2, it gets him to 1,600. It passes Barry, and it puts him 3rd all time.
So I came up a little bit shy of you, and again, alert math. I think he hits over 1,500 this year. And then in whatever combined years he runs, I'm just going to say 2 more after this. If he averages 1,200 yards, he does pass Barry, but he comes up a little bit shy of Frank Gore. So I think he's in the 15.5 to 16K total yards. Yeah, so he ends up 4th.
I'm with Jim. I think he will pass Barry by a little bit, but fall short of Walter Payton. I think we've a little bit overlooked just what a specimen this guy is. Seriously,
I don't think we've overlooked that at all. He's pretty obvious that he's a hell of a unbelievable.
I know, but he is
freak.
He is a horse, man, for this day and age in NFL. All right, finally, the big news out of the NFL last weekend was Joe Burrow's out for 3 months with turf toe. A little bit of a benefit for the Lions coming up in a few weeks. Jake Browning is now the Bengals starting quarterback. Should the Bengals trade for Kirk Cousins?
No, and it's a simple answer. I don't even think they're questioning that in Cincinnati because, first of all, it's not a turnkey. You don't just insert quarterback and he knows offense. Like, it would take weeks for him to get up to the speed of where Jake Browning is. Plus, what are you getting for the money? You might not even be getting a quarterback that much better than Jake Browning. So, no, I don't even think they're considering it.
But that's why you bring him in to try to get him up to speed so you have options. It's certainly better than adding Sean Clifford to your practice squad. Come on.
How's he still getting chances? I will say this, John, where I disagree with you is I agree with you most times in terms of getting up to snuff with the offense and all that stuff. But they do have 2 weapons at receiver that would make his job a lot easier. It's a unique situation.
No question. But in this offense, you're going to have to score 30-plus points a game because your defense is going to give it up. I don't think he comes in, even with those 2 weapons, and is able to do that.
When Jake Browning last played, he wasn't anything special, right?
No, but Was Kirk Cousins anything special last time he played?
I'm just giving myself options at that point. That's all I'm saying.
Browning's the perfect guy that if you suffer a QB injury for 2 to 3 weeks, he can help you survive. But for this
Beyond
amount
that?
of games,
No, I know.
No.
Yeah, but it's no. I don't even think it's an option.
All right. There's your Thursday touchdown, 97-1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities, and with their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. In fact, I'm going to stop by the Plymouth office on my way home today. Got some business to take care of, and they're always great at helping me out. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Yeah, that's about right, Dan.
Yeah.
Shutout last night. Lead is down to 4.5 in the American League Central. Still in control of this. Still in a good spot with Skubal on the mound. What do you? Yeah,
pucker factor is getting there.
Well, there is a pucker factor, John. You want to do that again?
That's the pucker sound.
And what did AJ say? Like, pressure packed, I think, was one of the quotes after the game yesterday. And they shouldn't run from the fact that there's, thank you, Mike, that there's pressure on them right now. Don't run from it, embrace it, and actually do something about it today. And you got Tarek Skubal on the mound. It's the guy you'd want to have pitching when you have pressure.
Mm-hmm. That's an ace, step up and be an ace. And now all of a sudden you put it back above 5 games, the lead, and you firmly place that pressure back on Cleveland, because Cleveland right now, okay, yeah, they're talking about, can we catch the Tigers for the division? They're simply worried about, we're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. We're not even in the playoffs. Let's take the first step and get to that point before we even start talking about the division. They just simply want to be in the postseason. So go ahead and take that one game and double it up.
Well, they're in this position that we were in a year ago, this like
underdog,
not supposed to be here. Just go to the ballpark, and if we lose, well, we're not supposed to be here, but if we win, it stacks and you build momentum. For the Tigers, they've been in first place for like 150 days.
Right.
The idea that this would even get close is embarrassing, and the idea that it could get within 3.5 today, you start to talk about a collapse. So there's pressure on Detroit, but don't run from it. Win today, and it's 5.5 with 9 games to go, and it's not mathematically over, but you put the screws to Cleveland. This is such a big baseball game later today.
It is, but I'm not. I think embarrassing. Like if it gets close, which it is getting close.
It is embarrassing. They're at 15.5 games, John.
All right, yeah, but there's ebbs and flows of an entire season. When it's done with 162, you add them up. Did you win? Yeah. Okay, let's go move on to the postseason. We're the division winners.
If you play
we're the ones selling the T-shirts and the ball caps.
If you play loser baseball for 3 months, that's embarrassing.
Well, okay, so the Guardians played loser baseball for 3 months. It just happened to be at the beginning of the season,
and that was embarrassing. I mean, that we don't have to like.
You play better baseball for 162. You win the division. There's nothing embarrassing about that.
If you let someone back in the race because you're not playing well, that's embarrassing. You don't like the word choice? Fine. Use a different word. It's not good.
I just don't agree with your point of view. If they win this division, I'm not going to be embarrassed how they won it.
I'll be embarrassed with the way they're playing.
Okay, fine. But again, it's how you want to see it. That's fine. But if they get to the postseason if they get to the postseason and they're out and they don't get a top 2 seed and they're out in that 3-game series, that's embarrassing.
248-539-9797. Look, tensions are high right now with this baseball team. I expect Skubal to pitch a gem today. Expect them to win today. I still feel like they're winning this division. We said yesterday, just split the Flaherty and Skubal starts. Lose both, then you welcome in a little bit of anxiety, a little nervous energy. Still mathematically up 3.5 games. Still under 10 to go, but then there's 3 with Cleveland looming. And suddenly, you're not even just fighting for a bye, you're fighting for your division if you lose today. I don't want to be in that spot.
No one wants to be in that spot. I'd rather be in this spot than where Cleveland's at.
Yeah.
Or where Houston's at.
Yeah. Houston's the team, what? They're chasing us now?
Yeah, they're
Seattle lost.
Yeah. But you also have the advantage over them because you have the tiebreaker.
That is the difference. We should be, in a weird way, you don't want either Houston or Seattle to get too hot the last 10.
Well, I don't care.
But of the two, you'd rather it be Houston because you have the tiebreaker over Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if they win today, they kind of figuratively sew up the division because of the math. If they lose today, I do think the division becomes a problem. And I never would have ever thought that they'd be in this spot. I thought they had the 2 seed sewed up a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's just they're 7-14 in their last 21. I mean, it's .333 baseball. That's losing every series basically.
It's especially for a team that, I mean, how many series in a row did they win before the All-Star break? And I'm not counting Seattle, all that stuff, but that was the trend. It was, hey, well, we stack series win on top of series wins. How many times have we heard AJ talk about that?
Exactly. And that's the DNA of the team, and they've lost that. I will say, what are they, 3 under 500, you'd said?
Yeah, 26 and 29 post All-Star break.
They have been very streaky in that 26-29. They had a really, really, really bad streak. Then they had a good streak and got back to 25 over 500, which has been their ceiling. And now they're on a bad one. So maybe this thing's about to flip just because that's what they've been the second half of the season.
Ticket text. I think we need to get the old bit of Wojo's Panic in Tiger Town out. They missed the float drop off at the Lazy River. I think they will limp through this, but not earn the bye. That's signed Dan up north.
Well, that's the one that's most at risk right now.
Yes. Texter says the Tigers need to get going. They need to get the bats going. Scooble can pitch lights out today, but if we don't score any runs again, we're not going to win. Says also, am I the only one who hates everybody on the Guardians? I want to punch them all in the face. They're a frustrating baseball team to face.
They are. And, I mean, especially like when Ramirez comes up, you're like, he's just such a good baseball player. And Stephen Kwan, the plays that he makes in the outfield, like there are things that you can respect about the team. You don't have to like it. They can still be punchable, but there are things that do frustrate you about them because they do have good baseball players.
Hi, guys. This feels like the Minnesota meltdown. Darren and Goodrich.
Not that bad.
Guys, this isn't a good baseball team. The first half was a mirage. Waters found its level. They just aren't good enough, and they'll be a quick out in the playoffs.
That may be true. But, take care of that when you get to the playoffs.
Chad Ticket texts in two very extreme scenarios. Either Scooble mows them down today and the Tigers stop the bleeding, or Scooble goes down with a season-ending injury and we limp into the playoffs only to be bounced in the first round.
Okay, if Scooble is not a part of the equation in the postseason, yeah, you're getting bounced.
248-539-9797. I think we have a winner for the Nate Bargatze tickets, so you can stop calling on those. We are going to get into some fun stuff in the 7 o'clock hour, including Dear John. I haven't given you your prompts yet today, by the way.
No, what are they?
Give me a second. I'll find it. We got all these papers. So you got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25 as well.
Mm-hmm. So I did get a little bit of a teaser off air yesterday. I know there's a food one.
Oh, it's staring me right in the face. Here you go. Pre-game meals.
Okay, there we go.
You love food questions. Got oil change, watching the Lions, and do I buy the jersey?
Oh,
it's coming up at 7:35.
I like all those.
Yes. All right, we'll get to Luke Sloan in the update, 97.1.
Brought to you by Weingarts. The Tigers have their smallest lead in the Central since May 25th, now just 4.5 games after a 4-0 shutout loss to the Guardians last night. The Tigers have lost 14-21. Cleveland's hot. They've won 11-12. Outfielder Riley Green, are the Tigers feeling the pressure with that division lead shrinking? Tarek Skubal takes the ball this afternoon in the series finale, looking to help the Tigers avoid a sweep and end the slide. The Red Wings opened training camp in Traverse City this morning. General Manager Steve Yzerman says he feels the sense of urgency to end the Wings' playoff drought, but lots of things in the rebuild, he says, are out of his control. Yzerman says defenseman Simon Edvinsson will miss training camp and the preseason with a lower body injury. The hope is he'll be ready for the season opener October 9th. Michigan State will have its hands full defensively in the Big Ten opener at USC on Saturday. The Trojans first in the nation in total offense, second in scoring at 55 points a game. They've got a balanced attack as well, ranking top 20 in both the run and the pass. Spartans 18.5-point dogs in that one. Thursday Night Football, the Buffalo Bills hosting the winless 0-2 Miami Dolphins in Orchard Park tonight. They're 11.5-point favorites. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Congrats to Tim and Fenton. He won the Nate Bargatze tickets August 14th, 2026, courtesy of 313 Presents. For tickets and event info, Ticketmaster.com. He heard Dan Dickerson say, "Oh, come on." And that's kind of how we're feeling right now. Like, Your emotions. We were annoyed yesterday that this isn't wrapped up. John, you said you're mad today that it's not wrapped up.
Yeah, it's just when you have a performance like Flaherty, and he did string 2 good performances in a row. Like yesterday was a winnable performance, but then you only get 4 hits. You don't have any action on the base paths. You're at home. You have this chance to drive a nail into the coffin of the Guardians, and you don't. It's frustrating. And at some point, I've switched last night from frustration to anger. But there are plenty of games left to play.
10.
Today is a Scooble start, and get the hammer out.
Yeah,
Set the nail.
Yeah, win today. Back up to 5.5.
Yeah.
9 to go. Got the best pitcher on planet Earth pitching.
Yeah.
People are concerned if they lose, though, it means you get swept by. You don't think he's the best pitcher on planet Earth?
I don't know. Paul Skeens.
Okay.
Do you want to argue that?
No, I'm just going to retract the statement. You got the best pitcher in the American League on the mound today. I don't look. I don't need to fight
planet
you on it.
Earth. I mean, that's a lot of people.
Right. There might be some guy that nobody knows about.
Yeah. What we do know about Paul Skeens.
Yeah. If the Tigers were in any other division, they would be out of the playoffs. They're just not good enough. Guys, you have to remember, even Scott Harris said we're not ready to compete for the World Series, because if they were ready, he would have made the necessary moves to put us over the top. Remember, that's what he said. So if your GM doesn't think you can win it all, ... Randy in Livonia. Here's Jim again, doom and gloom. Sky's falling. You're going to lose some over 162.
So it is a matter of perspective. I'm looking at it as our manager has talked about for years. It's 1 of 162. And it's kind of the same way I always looked at an NFL schedule. That's why I always talk about the importance. Last year, I harped on the importance of that Tampa Bay game, week 2, where you red zone 1-7. Okay, I'm not going to rehash all of that, but you never know when one of those games is going to come back to bite you at the end, because game number 5,
they all count,
counts as much as game number 155.
They count the same to the standings, but how you're playing at the end of the year is more important than how you're playing at the start of the year.
How you're playing in the playoff matters most.
Yes, and the better indicator of how you're going to be playing in the postseason is probably not what you did in April, and probably more of what you did in September.
There's been a lot of teams that have limped into the playoffs, and then all of a sudden they get hot in the playoffs, and they end up playing for a World Series.
But those would appear to be outliers. The way you've been playing for 3 months is probably a better indicator than what you did 4 or 5 months ago, right?
You take into account everything you've done in this season. And the expectations are high for the Tigers because they've done it. We've seen them do it. We've seen them do it recently against good pitching, against good teams. The Yankees, they're not the best team. They're not a team that if you put them in any division in the National League, are they winning a division? No, they're not even going to win their own division. But they're probably a playoff team. And you might play them in the postseason. You got the Boston Red Sox coming up. Are they better than you?
No, Detroit took the 3 earlier this year. Detroit may take the next 3. I'm not telling you get in the playoffs and find out what happens, but this isn't inspiring. This is an uninspiring, not just a week, not just a month, but 3 months of uninspiring baseball. I'm supposed to ignore it?
So when they win the division, you won't celebrate?
No, I'd be thrilled to see them win a division for the first time in 11 years. But do I think it's going to amount to anything at this point? I don't.
And it might be anticlimactic to you because you celebrated the division win back in June.
Late July.
Oh, yeah. Okay, July. Sorry, wrong month with the J.
Actually, early July.
Yeah.
Well, Stoney, it was 4th of July, right around the 4th of July.
This is what happens when I'm out. This is why I don't take a lot of vacation.
To be clear, Tom, the very next week, you, several months later, we all expect them to win this division. You got there a little later, but we all expect them to win this division.
Yeah, I expected them to win the division. I just didn't declare it closed.
Right.
So yes, would you rather go into the postseason more inspired than you are right now? Is there a situation where you could be better than you are right now? Sure. But the whole goal is playing when the season is over and half the Major League Baseball teams are on vacation.
I'm sorry, Jim,
go ahead,
but this
Greg.
is when we need the coach speak to come out, Because when you're in October, it is 0-0.
0-0. Yep.
It's the ultimate coach speak. It's probably really annoying, but 0-0.
Right, but we can't treat everything as if it's equal. For example, having the first round bye is a much more advantageous position than just being in the postseason.
Sure, but it doesn't eliminate you.
No, it doesn't. But we've explained with this specific baseball team the difference it makes when you don't have a deep rotation to throw Skubal in games 1 and potentially a game 5. If you don't get the bye, you get one Skubal start.
True. I think we've been arguing for the past 2 months that if they had a deeper rotation, they wouldn't be in this position to endanger the 2 seed.
And that's the difference from the people who said this was a mirage in the first half of the season. They really weren't good. They have a flaw that they didn't have in the first half of the season. It's called starting pitching.
Right. Mize was an all-star in the first half.
Yeah, and then you lost 2/5 of your rotation, too.
Olsen's hurt. Job's out.
Yeah, so they're not that team, and it's showing on the field. And look, the hitting's been the problem the last couple nights. They should have won one of these games.
I know.
Probably they should have won the game where Carpenter homered.
Yes.
And they're just not getting timely hitting. I think you can tie a Glaber-Torres September slump to what's happening right now. He's 7 of 50 in September. That's not good enough. He was an all-star. When your all-stars aren't playing like all-stars right now, this is what you get. The team's flawed. They're way more flawed than they were in the first half of the season. There is some, I hate using this word, excuses here, but excuses could have been addressed.
People don't like it when I bring that up. It comes up on the ticket text quite a bit, though, and it's going to come up a lot, especially if they flatline here.
And I think situationally, too, I think it's fair game to question AJ a little bit on the Carpenter situation. I don't know how a guy that hits this many home runs and has that power and definitely has a little bit of a presence for the moment, doesn't play more, that he's never going to go against righties. And then last night, you're pinch hitting Ibanez for Meadows, who had 2 of the Tigers' 4 hits.
Either you believe in the platoon stuff or you don't.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to do feel. You can't always just trust those specific numbers right there. I mean, you moved Meadows up to leadoff last night.
Yeah.
So he's
been one of their better bats in September. I understand.
He's earned that.
But
he was a key part last year in September. If he's playing like he did last September, trust it instead of
but
good old Andy.
This is
the fork in the road.
Is the feel, though, I would argue. Whether you want to disagree with it or not.
But I think this is the fork in the road. Like, yeah, if you were the Dodgers and you had like 4 or 5 everyday studs that you played righties or lefties, and then you platooned a couple guys, but their philosophy is aggressive platooning because I don't think they have, I hate to even do this, they don't have a Bregman at third base, right? They don't have a ton of these studs everywhere. So their approach, because of the way the roster is constructed, is to lean more into Andy Ibanez is our pinch hitter. If you want to fix that, get better players.
I know, and the Meadows thing is certainly nitpicky, and it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I won't back down from the Carpenter thing. Sometimes he's too good to keep off the field.
I agree, especially when you see him come in, even in pinch hit. And I know it's against a righty, but he hits a home run.
Very quickly for the bye, Mariners and Astros play each other this weekend, and then the Mariners do close with the Dodgers. But they get the Rockies in between.
Is that in Colorado?
No.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, the big dumper might hit 5.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy how many different teams we're watching the schedule of? It's the Tigers, it's the Guardians,
but
it's the Mariners,
what makes it so
it's
much
the Astros.
fun at this time of year.
It sure beats where it was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm annoyed by it. I did not think I'd be doing this on September 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh.
Jeff?
Hey, good morning, guys. So when I look at these 2 teams, the Guardians and the Tigers are last year's Guardians. Last year's Guardians got off to a great start. They had guys who you would think never would be all-stars, like David Fry, like McKinstry, for the Tigers were. And then in the second half, they faded. The Royals ran them down. And when Pasquantino got hurt for the Royals, the Royals faded away, and that's how they won the division. And so I look at these 2 teams, and the comparisons are very eerily similar when you look at it. So that's how I see it. I think from the Cleveland standpoint, it's more realistic for the wild card than it is to catch the Tigers, especially with Skubal going today. But that's my take on it. I look at these 2 teams, and I see the 2025 Tigers look like a lot like me to the 2024 Guardians.
Sign us up for the ALCS.
I'll say I'd take that. That means we're winning the division. We're winning a playoff series. We're playing in the ALCS.
Yeah, for a chance to go to the World Series.
I don't think he meant that as a dig, but we had some people texting that in yesterday, like, "Oh, we're just going to do what Cleveland did a year ago."
Okay, well, we'll see we'll be in the Final Four.
What Cleveland did a year ago would be the best Tigers season since 2013. Yeah. I'm certainly not like. If you gave me a choice right now, sign up for that. I'd take it. Ticket text 248-539-9797. We got some stuff on the Tigers. We're going to get to Dear John at 7:35. A chance to win $2,000 at the 2 Grand Slam. That's at 7:25. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Every law firm talks about experience. David Feminino has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the only experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that, and he gets you paid. Your experience matters, and when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, call 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Minutes away from the 2 Grand Slam, it's Heather with the news.
Jimmy Fallon can't stop raving about Miller's Bar. This is so cool. So on Monday night's episode, obviously we talked about it. It was filmed in Detroit, and Fallon celebrated Detroit. He raved about the food that he got to eat while he was here. He had Slows on the show. He ate it there, but he also got a burger from Miller's Bar in Dearborn, which he raved about when he was here. But he started Tuesday's show with that burger still on his mind. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
And Miller's, of course, is feeling the love and accepting the love greatly. So it's pretty neat that was still on his mind. Another late night host, Jimmy Kimmel, his late night talk show has been suspended indefinitely following his comments on the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. ABC announced on Wednesday that it will indefinitely stop airing Jimmy Kimmel Live after Kimmel's comments came under fire, harsh criticism from the head of the FCC. So ABC's decision to pull the show was reportedly based on pressure from affiliates. So Nexstar, which is the company that owns like hundreds of TV stations nationwide and has about 24 ABC affiliates, told the network that it was going to be preempting the show. The chairman of the FCC also said that they were threatening to take action as well over his remarks.
So I think where he screwed up, you can't attribute the actions of the gunman to the MAGA movement. You shouldn't assign it to any movement. These are sick, twisted people who do these things irrationally.
But it was being assigned to right after it happened as well. People were assigning the shooter.
There's this unknown trying to solve it and figure it out, and he made the error. If ABC made the decision independently, hey, cultural shifts, we don't think he makes sense, we're going to axe him, that's their right. What I don't like hearing is pressure publicly from the government to silence and censor someone on television. That didn't sit right with me.
Yeah, it didn't sit right with me either. And of course, the president celebrated the news, and he did kind of give a little warning to the other late night hosts that look out.
You shouldn't have to fall in line with whoever the president is, and it doesn't matter what political party the president is.
Police in Bloomfield Township are cracking down on drivers who illegally pass stopped school buses. So in just the first 3 weeks of school, 8 citations have already been issued, and each violation carries a $500 fine that's just mailed directly to the vehicle's owner. So you might not realize that you're even going to get a ticket because it's just going to be mailed to you. And what's happening is that these school buses have cameras installed. So they're capturing people that are just driving by the bus that has the stop arm out, and they're able to get the license plate, and they're just mailing you these tickets. Last year, Bloomfield Township issued 62 tickets for similar violation. So be careful. The law.
How do people not know better? Like, there's a stop sign on the bus. It's also just common sense. Like, these are kids. Be extra cautious.
Yeah. People aren't paying attention. I mean, people are just not paying attention as much anymore. They're on their phones or doing other things.
They may not be paying attention, and that's not a valid excuse. But there are a lot of people that just blow through it because they're like, well, I can, I'm right behind it. If I'm the first one to go, I'm not going to hit a kid.
And then what's happening is that
it is.
One person goes, and then the next person thinks, well, okay, they went, I'll go too, and I'll just kind of follow along. So it is happening. Hey, this is your time to win $2,000. Give us a call, 248-539-9797. Here's the last bit of news. There's a new survey that found that most sports fans are frustrated by the high cost and complications of keeping up with games. I mean, we've talked about it here, all the different services that you have to have in order to watch specific games. The survey found that many viewers are juggling a mix of cable packages, sports-only streaming subscriptions, and even borrowed passwords. And this patchwork system has left fans feeling frustrated with the costs and searching for, seamless ways to watch.
Harder and harder.
It is.
It's funny. Like the more options we get, it's still harder and harder. Because there's so many more apps and it's expensive.
It's expensive because every app you got to pay for.
Yep.
All right, 2 Grand Slam.
This could be the easiest way to win $2,000. 60 seconds, only 10 questions. Get them all right, get $2,000. Otherwise, you're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly.
Let's give away some money. Matt in Canton, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. You excited about it?
I am. I listen all the time. First time I even tried to call in and got through.
All right. Hey, today might be your lucky day then.
I like that. All right, Matt, you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, say pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. All right, your time is going to start right now. Where did Isaac Tesla play in college last season?
Arkansas.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 6.
Pass.
What is the capital of New Mexico?
Albuquerque.
Who is the starting quarterback of the Oregon Ducks?
Dante Moore.
Who led the Red Wings in goals scored last season?
Larkin.
This band had the 2003 hit It's My Life.
Gwen Stefani.
Name the only Big Ten football team that is 0-3.
Pass.
What is the nickname of the University of Central Florida?
Pass.
Who voiced Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story?
Tom. I don't remember. Pass.
Who is the head coach of the Michigan men's basketball team?
Dusty May.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 6.
Got you with 3.
I had 3 and a question mark, but yes, 3.
Oh,
Not a question mark.
I know the question mark,
Yeah,
but
I
it's
know, but
not.
I understood the scoring decision.
Yeah.
That's $75. Matt, how do you feel? How did it go for you first time playing? Matt?
Don't hang up, Matt.
Yeah, Matt.
We have some money to claim.
$75.
Hey, $75.
I don't know. Put him on
I
hold.
can put you on hold, and
yeah,
Greg can maybe
hopefully.
sort that out. He passed a bunch. The one I had a question on was question 6 because Gwen Stefani is in the band.
Man, he
no
got
doubt.
that quickly, too. I was surprised.
The question is this band.
I know. She's not the band.
She wasn't solo then.
I know. I know what he did. I know where his head's at. And I know why we can't count it. Let's go through it.
Yeah, who had the hit Sweet Emotion? Steven Tyler. Would we accept that? No.
No. I know.
Greg's bluntness.
No, he's right, though.
He's right.
I just had a question, and we made the right decision. Let's go through it. Tesla played at what college last season?
Arkansas.
I told you, I think this one might have tripped people up because he didn't really pop off the tape at Arkansas, and everybody thinks of him as the local guy.
Yeah, but that's kind of why you remember it, because he was drafted out of Arkansas, and everybody says, who?
Right.
Did anybody say Elon?
No. The Lion who wears the number 6.
Terrion Arnold.
What is the capital of New Mexico? He said Albuquerque.
Santa Fe.
Santa Fe. Starting quarterback for the Oregon Ducks is?
Dante Moore. Got that one.
Yeah.
I think that was a good get.
Yeah.
That's a good get. Who led the Red Wings in goals last season? He said Larkin.
Yeah, decent. I mean, if you don't know, it's a decent guess, but
Seriously.
it was, yeah, different get.
It would have been Larkin if he had more help at the deadline. No doubt.
Alarm.
Yeah, we needed No Doubt, the band that had the 2003 hit It's My Life.
Yeah. No, I had no hope on that one. No, there was a lot of doubt.
Well, you hadn't even heard of No Doubt, which
no.
was shocking to me, right?
Yeah.
Blew my mind that you hadn't. I mean, but you did know some of the songs when we went back.
Yeah,
and
so I played the top 2 songs,
You
and
knew
I'm like,
those.
okay,
You'd
I've heard
them.
them. Yeah, but then when we played My Life, I was like, I've never
Did
heard
you
this
know
one.
Gwen Stefani was in No Doubt?
No.
Oh,
No, not a clue.
okay.
Only Big Ten team that's 0-3.
UCLA. UCLA.
Already fired their coach. Nickname of the University of Central Florida.
So we did clarify this one. I know them as the Golden Knights, but they dropped the golden part in 2007, so it's just the Knights.
who voiced...
A fun fact for anyone that cares.
Tell people at the water cooler later. Who voiced Buzz Lightyear in Toy Story? He said Tom, ...
No, Tim Allen.
Tim Allen.
So if he had said Tom Allen, there's no way we could take that.
No,
No,
because
he
he's
just had
the
to say
defensive
Allen.
coordinator. Penn State now, right? Or no?
No.
Clemson. That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Yes. Oh, maybe that's their...
Their
Not
issue.
enough hand clapping and crying on the sideline.
Last one he got right, head coach, Michigan men's basketball.
Dusty May.
They could be really good this year.
Yeah.
Michigan hoops.
They could be. Yeah. There's always that chance. Got some talent.
All right, coming up next, John Jansen, advice. Dear John, 97-1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, basketball, baseball. We got some great moments coming up here in the fall. It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
You can send in your questions for the big guy, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. Your topics today, the pregame meal, an oil change,
Well,
watching the Lions, and do I buy the jersey?
Okay.
Let's start with pregame meals. Dear John, my son is a lineman on the JV team, and there are a few good fast food options across the street from school, which several team members have gone to for their pregame meals. Surprise, surprise, deep-fried chicken doesn't always sit well through the game. Our house is very close to school. I've talked them into coming over to get something better to eat, and he started bringing teammates, which is great. It's growing in popularity. I've made chicken fried rice on the flat top. I've done pancakes, scrambled eggs, ham. I'm planning on spaghetti this week, but I want more ideas to get through the season. What would you make? P.S. They took the leftover pancakes to the game for the O-linemen who get pancake blocks.
Oh, all right. Pancakes are always a great one because everyone likes pancakes. Like, there's nothing in there. Like, if you got some kids that aren't big fans of red meat, chicken, like, pancakes are a go-to. Spaghetti is fine. Some kids, not so much if they have a propensity to get sick if they exercise too hard. Like, the game gets going and all of a sudden, hey, fourth quarter, you might see it again. It's not always great the second time around. I don't know. So I'm fine with the whole fast food thing before games. I was always, when I was in the NFL, I always had a couple dozen chicken wings in the locker, and I'd go out for, early warm-ups, 3-4 hours before the game. I'd come back in and I'd have my chicken wings. Spicy. Got to have spicy. So, but it never affected me during the game. Like, that was just my pregame ritual.
Carbs, protein, right? I mean, that's what you want.
Yeah. I don't know. Wow, that's a tough question because I like what I like, and I don't usually vary from that. Breakfast for dinner, eggs, pancakes, all of those are good options. Spaghetti is a good option, and maybe you have the buttered noodles just as part of the option, and don't mix the meat sauce or tomato sauce into it because that could be a little acidic on and not sit good on some tummies.
Okay.
Pizza?
The pizza's a good option.
Is that not a good pregame meal? I mean,
it's usually a great postgame meal.
You got some carbs.
But he's making the food, right? You'd be making.
Oh, well, I thought she could just, I guess, if she's making it all, that might be difficult.
How about pulled pork?
I'd be all for it.
Coleslaw?
No. Whatever you can mass produce, if you're going to have football players come over before the game, especially after school, they're going to put the feed bag on. So chicken fried rice on a flat top is a great call.
It's going to get expensive.
Yeah, but chicken fried rice, yeah. Well, yeah, but that's, I mean, if you, it's all a part of the camaraderie.
Oh, no, I love it, but
yeah,
feeding the whole team
could
get quite expensive.
Taco bar, nachos.
All right, next one is the oil change. Dear John, I'm a 25-year-old woman looking for help, so I don't get taken advantage of. So whenever I take my car in for an oil change, I always end up getting upsold on an air filter and tire rotations and some kind of maintenance that I don't even know if I need. I don't know much about cars, so I typically panic and just say yes. How do I avoid getting taken advantage of next time? And for context, it's a 2016 Ford Edge with just over 100,000 miles, so I know I can't ignore stuff.
Well, pull out the manual, and they have this little thing at the back of the manual that says exactly when some of the service needs to be done. And before you go in, if you're at 125,000 miles, it'll tell you, what needs to be transmission fluid. Maybe it needs to be changed out. If it's not a part of that, maintenance schedule, then just say no. Here's what I do for the oil changes is every 5,000 miles and every other time you get your tires rotated. So that could be done relatively quickly, and it's not expensive. That's an easy one. The air filter, again, look at your manual. And that'll tell you exactly when you have to do, but also tell them you want to see it.
They normally show you. I was going to say they normally pull it out and look at this. Or even your oil, they show you that they've filled it, they changed it.
And if it looks dirty, change it. If it doesn't, keep it.
And those aren't too expensive. I understand that. Yeah, you're still getting upcharged for things, but those aren't too expensive.
No. When you start talking about transmission fluid and rear differential, all that stuff, that gets a little bit pricey and more time consuming.
Pay attention to what they're doing, too, while they're doing it. I mean, if you're just looking at your phone the whole time, they could just grab a dirty air filter out of the bag and say, look at this. Seriously, that stuff goes on.
It does
and you
go
can ask
on,
questions.
but
Everybody's good people. You got to look. And by the way, with the
not
tire,
everyone's a dirtbag either.
I didn't say that. I just said to be careful and pay attention to what they're doing, because other things, when they're checking your fluids and stuff like that, just be a little
mindful.
vigilant about it. But I would say this too: a good oil change place that changes that rotates tires, that's not a add-on fee. It's part of the package.
I think that's you're paying separate for that.
Yeah, you're paying separate for that. Yeah.
Maybe in the Tecumseh area you're not.
Yeah, there's good people down there.
Okay. Your next one, watching the Lions. Dear John, I like to watch the Lions the same way every week. By myself or with a close friend, maybe my brother. That's it. Okay. People who know the drill. We aren't there to catch up. We aren't there to chat. We're there to watch the game. Mm-hmm. As the team has gotten better, more of our friends want to meet up at a bar or do house parties for the game and make it more social. I always say no, but recently one friend pulled me aside and said that I need to start showing up to this stuff. I told him I don't watch football like you do, and he got offended like I called him a casual. Well, frankly, he is. How do I maintain the friendship without being a jerk?
You watch the game how you want. You take in your football how you want. And it's because you don't go there to watch the game, you're out of the friend group. That's total BS. I don't want useless conversation when I'm watching the game. Now, I talk to the kids, and my wife and I go back and forth about what play call or decisions should be made, but I'm not going to a bar to watch a game. I'm not going to anybody else's house to watch a game because I don't want the stupid conversation. So
I can relate. I'm with you.
Do you. And if your buddy has a problem with it, then tell him to grow up.
Well, and you guys can get together for like the Monday night game or something. But if it's your Lions and you watch it a certain way, and
right, there's other games. Hey, as soon as the Lions game's over, I'll come over and watch the rest of the games with you. That's fine.
Perfect.
Okay, the next one. Buy the jersey. Dear John, my son is 9 years old and loves baseball. Tarek Skubal is by far his favorite player. They're both lefties. And he has been begging me to get him a jersey. His birthday is in late November, and my only hesitation is getting a jersey of a guy who might not be here a long time. Would you get it or wait to see if he stays?
I'd get it. If your kid wants it, you're making him a fan. Your kid, will he be disappointed if that player, it could be Torque, could be anybody, is no longer on the team? Sure, he'll be, heartbroken that his player is no longer there, but it's about the memories now. It's about making him more of a fan now, the buy-in now. And I know it's expensive, and next year he'll probably say, well, if Torque's not here, well, then I want another jersey. Well, that you're not going to get a new jersey every year, but these are the formative years. Let him have some fun with it.
Even if it's just 1 year, I think he'll be here next year. It's worth investing in next year for your son to be invested in the baseball team.
Sure.
And if he leaves, it's a lesson for him as a fan, right? This is what happens in pro sports.
Yeah. If you're cut, hey, be better. If he leaves in free agency, hey,
business.
It's the open market.
I agree. Get him the jersey.
Yeah, get him the jersey. Have some fun right now. And there's nothing better than watching them open a present of something that they've been wanting for so long, and to see them smile for Ted. We just had Teddy's birthday. Mm-hmm. For 3 months, he's been talking about Big Batman. And every single day, where's the Big Batman? Can I have the Big Batman? No. Maybe for your birthday. Mm-hmm. So every present he opened, didn't matter the size, big or small, is this the Big Batman? And then when he finally opened it, we made sure that was the last one he opened. The joy on his face was worth. And if it was a jersey, that's what they want. They open it up. That's what that moment's all about.
It's Dear John. Send them in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each and every week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you're going to win a bet plus a share of bonus bets. And we all know, hey, the Bills, right? You can take Josh Allen, running one in, James Cook, running one in, Keon Coleman. If you're a Spartan fan, you got a lot of options, but I'd probably stay on the Bills side of things. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See, I've not heard this song.
Which also surprises me. I know that maybe you don't like it or know it, but like the fact you haven't heard it.
Yeah, I haven't heard this song. There were some other ones from No Doubt that I had heard, like the ones, if you Google it, the top ones come up. I've heard a couple of the top ones. This was a little further down the list, like 3 or 4, and I hadn't heard this one.
It's newer compared to that's not new. It's from
Say
2003. But when for me, when No Doubt was big, it was like 96.
Yeah,
I was in 6th grade, 7th grade. That was like right in my wheelhouse.
Middle of my college years. That was the grunge era. Grunge era, country music. But that was a question in the 2 Grand Slam. And the 2 Grand Slam on Thursdays is brought to you by Femininity Law.
We had a few people bring up Bon Jovi's It's My Life. That's
Yeah.
2000. The question was framed with 2003. But No Doubt stole this from a band called Talk Talk.
Talk Talk. What year?
That was 84-ish, I think. I remember it was one of those cheesy MTV videos.
Talk. Walk.
We will talk with AJ Hinch coming up at 8:02 in about 10 minutes. Tigers lost again last night, shut out last night. The lead is down to 4.5, and as he put it after the game, pressure packed down the stretch here. 10 games to go. Tarek Skubal on the mound at 1:10 against the Guardians. Some ticket text on Dear John. Guys, buy the jersey. In a year, 2 years, he'll probably grow out of it anyway, so it doesn't matter if Skubal stays or leaves or his favorite player's here or not. Just make the moment for your kid.
Yeah.
Paul in St. Clair says, I'll sell him my brand new Skubal jersey with tags for $60. Fans helping fans. Billy in Clinton Township says, I bought 4 Tigers jerseys in my life. Granderson, Polanco, Verlander, Scherzer. I'm done buying Tigers jerseys.
Okay, so...
Well, eventually they're going to leave.
Yeah. I mean, and you got a couple of Hall of Famers in there.
Verlander, Scherzer.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Curtis Granderson is going to the Hall of Fame.
I loved Placido Polanco, but he's not going.
But so you do have a couple of Verlander more of a legend than Scherzer, but great pitcher.
Yeah.
And they're all going to move on, but if you're going to buy a jersey, you have to go into it knowing that that's going to happen.
Unnamed texter, I bought a Lions jersey one time and one time only. Kevin Jones. Yeah, that worked out great.
I told you when the Lions changed jersey numbers, Gibbs and Arnold, my son has a Gibbs jersey with the 26, the black one.
Did you buy a new one?
No.
No, because it still says Gibbs on the back, so it's still Gibbs, though.
Yeah, as you get down the road, people are going to be, how come you have a 26 Gibbs jersey? And it's like, who really cares? I don't like this trend that athletes are doing that, but I think you have to change teams to change numbers.
Well, that does happen. I mean, especially if you go to a team and they already got a jersey, somebody's already got your number. I mean, I had to do that when I came here. Backus had my number, so I went to 68.
I got to love it. I tell you, though, I do love seeing a good old 98 Gardner jersey once in a while. That was horrible.
I'm even kind of annoyed by the minor jersey rebrand. Like, I got a Aiden Hudson jersey T-shirt for Christmas, and then the Lions, I thought it was a good move to change to that clean, the white numbers.
Yeah,
look.
I like that.
But it made my shirt out of date.
And now you look like you're in the past.
Just stuck in the past.
Yeah, but you're retro. You're cool.
Thanks.
You're ready for when they bring back that jersey. I got that one.
So the last jersey I bought was a Wings jersey, and it was right before they put the patch on. So I actually am a beneficiary of buying before the changes.
Oh, yeah. Gosh, I don't know the last time I bought a jersey.
What about for kids? Jack or even Teddy or any of the girls?
Yeah, so whenever we do it, we buy the Jansen 77 Michigan jersey.
You didn't get Jack a golf jersey?
No, for obvious reasons. God. Yes. No. And I don't drop him off at school. So
okay. A couple more ticket text. Guys, the oil change guy isn't showing people phony filters. He doesn't give a damn if you buy it or not. Just say no.
Yeah. That's I sure there may be one in Detroit that's going to try and scam you out of $20, but most of them are hardworking, good individuals.
Yeah, regular people. Multiple saying don't pay for a tire rotation. No tire rotation charges in Macomb County. Another one says I've never paid to have my tires rotated. It depends where you go.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go to the dealership and it's up on a lift, yeah, they'll swap the tires around. Yeah. But if you're going to just your mom and pop quick oil change where you pull on top of the pit, they don't lift your car up unless they're going to charge you for it.
Ticket texters for the food, John. Did you have some other food? Because we have a lot coming in.
Yeah, anything you can do on the grill, especially if you're mass producing, so burgers and dogs, or if, the side, if you want to do fries, tater tots are always a monster hit. Give them food, yes. You can always go with, I would prefer the grilled chicken thighs, a little fat. When you're going to the game, and if you have kickers coming over, you could always give them the vegan burgers.
Kickers and punters?
Yeah, kickers and punters.
Some of the response from people. It says, stick with pancakes, make it a weekly tradition.
Another great one, if you got the flat top, all right, get some sliced beef. All right, now you grill that up and you make yourself a French dip. That's a great one prior to a game.
Text says...
Just make sure you have the au jus.
Oh, yeah. We do pasta dinners before all of our high school cross-country meets. I knew what you were setting up. This person says we do fettuccine Alfredo, red sauce pasta, salad rolls. Get the carbs in before the event.
Yeah.
I got benched for eating a slice of pizza a half hour before my game. It was my ritual. I did it every game. Apparently, the head coach saw me one day and said, no.
No? You're not allowed to... Well, if you're eating on the bench, I get that.
Half hour before the game.
If you got to eat something a half hour before the game, I 100% get that.
Yeah, like one of our Connor's teammates this last year in baseball, his mom brought him a sub to eat because the kid hadn't ate forever, and it was the timing of the game was 4:00. It's like if kid needs, you want him to mow something down,
right? And so I talked about my pregame during the NFL. I would finish my last wings right before we would go out for the team announcement.
Fuel,
yes, little blue cheese.
All right, guys, we'll have AJ Hinch after the update. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS on Paramount+. Stream your local NFL game all season long, starting at $30 for the first year. It's like $250 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. It again felt like a playoff game at Comerica Park last night, but it again ended in a Tigers loss. They were shut out 4-0 by the Guardians last night. They've now just got a 4.5-game lead in the Central, their smallest since May 25th. The Tigers have lost 14-21, while Cleveland is surging, winners of 11-12. They've been playing like their season's on the line as they've chased down the Tigers, says starter Jack Flaherty from last night. Tarek Skubal starts this afternoon for the Tigers in the series finale, looking to get him back on track. The Lions have another day of practice before their Monday Night Football showdown at the Ravens. Joining us yesterday right here on 97.1, quarterback Jared Goff says he hopes the Lions fans will take over Baltimore. Lions 5.5-point underdogs at the Ravens. The Red Wings begin training camp in Traverse City this morning before their preseason opener next Tuesday. General Manager Steve Yzerman says he understands the sense of urgency for the Wings to break their playoff drought, but he's defending their rebuild, saying he can't predict how long it'll take. Yzerman says things like the lottery and who's available in the draft are out of his control. WNBA playoffs last night. Lynx use a fourth-quarter comeback to beat Golden State 75-74. They finish off a 2-0 series sweep, and the Mercury dominated at the Liberty, 86-60. That series tied up at a game apiece now. Thursday night football, the Buffalo Bills hosting the winless 0-2 Miami Dolphins tonight. They're 11.5-point favorites. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
AJ, good morning. Thanks for getting up with us.
Good morning. Yeah, happy to do it. We have a good day of baseball ahead.
Always good when you got Tarek Skubal on the bump. Is it starting to feel like playoff baseball?
You got that right. I mean, it is. Man, I tell you, these games, especially against Cleveland, it is similar to last season at the end in September, October, and obviously trying to do our best to get things rolling in our direction. But you play good teams. Yankee Stadium last week, it felt the same. Obviously, it's fun. It's a fun time of year to play, despite some of the roller coaster rides.
Parker Meadows has been back. What have you seen from him in his return?
Yeah, I've seen some good things. I mean, obviously, we're a different team when he's at the top. Whether it's leading off or playing good defense, and just a lot of stability with him in the middle of the field. So I think he's still kind of rounding into form and getting himself, ready to play. And we're pushing him, obviously, with where we are on the calendar and on the schedule. There's not many off days these days, and so I think he's responding well, and he looks fully healthy with the way he's running.
You alluded to the roller coaster. 5-9 in September. Yeah. Why haven't you guys been able to find your footing late in the season?
Well, I mean, that we could do a whole show on that. So, I mean, I think there's a couple of different things that have come up, and when we've had opportunities to kind of settle things down, it hasn't really gone our way. So listen, September can be a tough stretch, and we've run into some good pitching. We've swung and missed a little bit too much. We've had a couple of blow up games on the mound, and you put all that together in September, and you run into some teams playing better than you. Then the record shows it. So we have every opportunity in front of us to change that course. It starts today with Tarek on the mound against Cleveland, but no doubt September's been sort of an emotional roller coaster.
With 10 games left, what is it that you want to see from your team outside of securing the division and hopefully getting one of the top two seeds?
Winning.
Yeah, and winning. But what do you need to see from your team before you get to the postseason? How do you want them to approach these final 10 games?
Yeah. Well, you took my answer away when you just started that question. I'm like, just wins. At the end of the day, like, the win total exercise is the most important. And obviously we've got to put it together and play a little bit more consistent baseball, but the other side's trying to combat that. I mean, when Gavin Williams gets to 2 strikes, he's going to try to expand the zone. When you do, we punch out like we did last night. On the flip side, we dropped double-digit runs on the Yankees back-to-back games on the road in a crazy environment. So we've seen our team, be at its best. We've also seen our team, get it handed to itself a little bit. And, so I'd like to see us just sort of take a collective breath. And the thing that's going to produce that are like Tarek Skubal have a good game today and not like last week where we walk off a mound together with a trainer. Like that felt terrible in your stomach. Every loss is magnified right now. So I'd like to see us take a collective exhale by winning the game.
How are you feeling about him health-wise and obviously knowing that he's going today pitching for you guys?
Yeah, I feel great. I came up on Monday on the off day, and Tarek threw a pretty extensive bullpen. And I even asked Fed, I was like, man, he's letting it eat, he's letting it go. And he was testing himself a little bit to make sure that he had the confidence to go out there and let it go. And so going into this start, he's done everything that we expected him to do as a normal prep for a start. So, I have a lot of confidence in him in general, but watching him throw a full speed bullpen, letting it go and having the same reaction to the strike throwing, but also if he misfired, like things like that on the off day, made me feel better for him getting the ball today.
Last year, you guys were obviously making a historic run and chasing things. And we asked you about how do you talk to the guys about it and the psychological side of things. This year, you guys are the ones that are being chased. I'll ask you the same thing. without applying too much pressure, there certainly is a sense of urgency. How do you talk to the players, your guys, about what's at stake without putting too much pressure, but apply the appropriate amount of pressure?
Yeah, I think you just focus on what you can control, which is the prep for the series. You know, when you come into Cleveland and playing against their defense, as an example, we spent a lot of time on trying to maximize our opportunities because we know their defense is going to take an out or two away from us. We've seen that in the first two games. Stephen Kwan himself has been a real issue in left field. And so, you know, if you focus on the game and the task and the things that you can control, I mean, you ever been around someone and they're like, hey, just relax. Like, does that make you more tense or less tense? You know, like that. It's hard to convince people to act a certain way or be a certain way. So you just got to prepare and go out and compete. You know, it's like when I got asked last night with us swinging outside the zone, you know, like, oh, are they trying too much? I'm like, I don't know. It's 100 with an 87-mile-an-hour hard breaking ball in and out of the zone. Like, I think the competition beat us a little bit last night. It's not that everybody's grabbing the bat tightly or everybody's, you know, trying to do a little bit too much. So we've got to prepare like every series, and we have for 150-plus games. You know, these last 10 are magnified because of where we're at in the season and where we're at in the schedule. We have the lead that we've built up, and it's going to take more wins than what we have today to win the AL Central, and we know it.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch this morning, Riley Green said he doesn't think anyone feels any kind of pressure. Like, maybe this is just semantics on word choice, but isn't there something healthy, though, about understanding the stakes of these games down the stretch here?
Well, words matter. I think that's something that's super important, and I think that's why we're all intentional with the things that we say, and we do understand the urgency that comes with it. I just want the fans, I guess, to know, like, we operate in pressure 24/7 in sports, especially at this level. So, like, when you ask an athlete, like, do you feel pressure? And these guys, yeah, I'm facing a 100-mile-an-hour fastball with some good stuff with a runner on second and third. Like, it's pressure on April 4th. Now, is there more urgency in September? Yeah, so maybe that's the word we should use with 10 games left, that it's urgency, not pressure, because we operate like Terry Skubal is going to feel pressure in game one next season. So it's not just because of where we're at or what's happened this week or who's winning, who's not winning. And that's why players, coaches, managers, we have a hard time understanding this daunting word of pressure. Is like, we're in the big leagues, man. There's pressure every day, and we try to compartmentalize it and deal with it and handle it. Now, the urgency is what is probably a better word to talk about.
Gleyber Torres has had a tough September. He's a guy that, I mean, obviously coming from New York, he knows about pressure, and he also understands the importance, that urgency that you're talking about. Is there anything that you do for a player like him that's different than some of the younger guys about getting out of this slump and having a better 10 games to finish the season?
Well, I think you obviously continue to communicate with these guys and encourage them and get them a good plan to go out against the pitcher that they're facing. So we're going to spend a lot of time on Tanner Bybee this morning. He's a good pitcher. That he's one of the guys that we faced a ton. So I think in some ways it's important not to be too comfortable, because you know what he has and what he's done to you in the past. And so the constant, consistent approach is the most important thing. So it's like, if I all of a sudden, start bringing Gleyber into my office and breaking things down for him, like, that's abnormal for him. Like, you trust him, you build your process, you encourage him. I'm going to sit down and have breakfast with all these dudes today and just continue to try to be upbeat with these guys, knowing that we're playing some of the most important baseball imaginable, trying to win this AL Central. So I'm a big believer in consistency more than sort of these outlandish ideals that you all of a sudden have to reinvent the wheel. Mm-hmm. I've said consistently, you got to play your schedule, and we've got to, play a little better and squeak out some of these wins to be able to celebrate the AL Central.
AJ, a couple weeks ago, we were pushing you on the number 2 starter. Since then, Casey Mize looks like 3 pretty good starts. Flaherty, couple starts in a row. Are you starting to see, and what are you seeing from those 2?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing some extended outings, which is good, and I'm seeing them win some big moments. I think last night Jack didn't go particularly deep in the game, but he made some of the biggest pitches, bases loaded, Manzardo's up. Am I going to go to the lefty? Am I going to leave him in? And he's able to miss some bats in a big spot to keep the game where it was. and give us a chance to win. And so I think Casey and he have both, got themselves in a position where they're executing better. And the better they execute, the more outs they get. The faster they get those outs, the more they get to stay in the game. So I think we've actually pitched 2 nights ago, Casey's game. I think we punched out 14 or 15 of their guys. We hit more homers than them. We might have even had more hits and lost by a few. So baseball can be weird, but when you have stable starting pitching, I think it changes everything.
You've been asked a lot about the fan emotion and the swings that we go through as fans. But, I mean, these are still guys that are playing a game. And you're 10 games away from the postseason. You've done all the hard work. Is there a sense of excitement amongst the players about the position that they're in?
Oh, for sure. We've, it's funny. We've earned the situation that we're in, both good and stressful. And I think that's important for us to continue to enjoy that. I mean, these guys they're playing hard. They're prepping. We know what's at stake. We know that every win feels like barely a step forward and every loss feels like a giant step back. I mean, that's sports, and especially this time of year when you're in it. And I look around the league, and I know that there are teams that would trade places with us right now, and all the stress that we have and all the curiosity and what's going on and what's going to happen. But today is a big day for us, obviously, because it's the day that's in front of us, and our players are excited to get to the ballpark. The vibe is good. The energy is through the roof. We need the production to match it.
What would it mean to you to clinch the American League Central, something the team hasn't done since 2013?
Yeah, it's meaningful. I mean, as fast as possible. If you could make my life a hell of a lot easier if we can do it quickly. I think it's the number one goal. We stated it as what we wanted to do. We want the AL Central to go through Detroit. We've got to earn it. We've earned a good spot right now, but they haven't crowned us a chance yet because we haven't won enough games yet. So it's a meaningful step in what we hope to be a very memorable postseason.
I don't want to shortchange. I think it's actually 2014. But either way, it's been more than a decade. Yeah. I think fans are itching to see it happen. One last question. Finnegan, any update? Because I think it goes without saying you guys have missed him. What's the plan to get him back?
For sure. Yeah, he's going to pitch tonight in Toledo or in Iowa for Toledo and get an outing and travel back tomorrow. And we hope to have him over the weekend if all goes well. He's pitched off the mound a couple times. He wanted badly to come off the IL without going on a rehab stint, but for us to see him in the competition and just make sure that extra bit of adrenaline gives us the positive feedback on the groin. If all that checks out, we should hopefully have him this weekend.
All right, AJ, appreciate your time. No pressure, Plenty of urgency.
You got it. See you guys.
Thanks.
Tiger manager AJ Hinch, 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Ready to go. Let's talk about KG Law. I've been telling you about Lawrence KG, and you need to know about him because if you're injured in a car accident, it's one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you or a friend or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law. It's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 8:35 this morning. Ross Tucker, we bumped him for AJ Hinch. He'll be at 9:02 this morning. You guys can fight about your power rankings.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't want it to devolve into that. We'll have a good time. We'll talk football with Ross, kick off the football weekend. Thursday night football tonight. Should be a snoozer, Bills and Dolphins. But we'll get into Lions and Ravens and some of the big matchups this weekend.
Yeah. It's an exciting weekend of matchups.
I'm told at 8:50 we're going to play some Steve Yzerman audio, and I think Tom just wants my head to explode. I think that's like the master plan.
When the general manager speaks, we should play the audio.
I agree with you.
Whatever he says is how you choose to react.
Come on, guys, be patient.
By the way, that was the talk version of It's My Life.
Okay.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, we're going to do the Bon Jovi one later.
The layers of the show.
No doubt.
Really?
This is going to be my new response today.
What did you take out of our chat with AJ?
Well, I feel the sense of urgency from him, and I'm glad he actually used that term. Like, there's got to be an urgency because there is 10 games left, and he did say it at the end, too. Like, there's a lot of teams, Cleveland being one of them, that would rather be in the Tigers' shoes than their shoes. But you have to go out there and finish it off. You've got to go out there, and earn it. And and nothing's going to be given to them. And it's you only got 4 more games at home in the regular season.
Yeah. A couple things that are relevant. There's no concern with Skubal. In fact, it looked like Skubal was getting after it in his between starts work. Mm-hmm. So there should be no concerns about a lingering injury when you take the ball today. And you need to win today. You win today, you make it 5.5.
Yeah.
You deal it's a 2-for-1 in the magic number with Cleveland. And the other thing I took out of it is Finnegan this weekend, if all goes well. I mean, one more piece in this bullpen because they've been leaning on the bullpen, and they're going to lean a lot on the bullpen. And they don't have to win the next 10 games. John, if they go 500 the next 10 games, they're fine.
Yeah, yeah. The other thing I took away was, can you imagine all the different scenarios that was going through his mind when he was walking off the mound with Tarek Skubal and the trainer?
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, we all thought it.
Oh, sure. Like the reaction that you have when you hear that, okay, he's soreness, tightness. He's not going to continue because of an injury.
Well, my first thought was, okay, it's not shoulder or elbow. Right? Like, those are the catastrophic pitching injuries. It was his side.
Right.
He was grabbing his left side. Now it's his left side. He's a left-handed pitcher, so you take it with a certain degree of seriousness.
Yeah, but even a pulled muscle at this time. Like, that was the consideration for Finnegan. Like, okay, if it's a groin, like, okay, is it 10 days? Is it 4 weeks? Like, they can be a little peculiar.
And 2 weeks is a big 2 weeks coming up here.
Yeah.
So I understood the sensitivity in the moment. It's just good to hear he's going to have the ball today because, John, if they win today, take a deep breath. Yeah. I think we used the word yesterday. It's annoying that this race is still open. You said it shifted towards some anger. You're mad that this is still happening. Why are they still in this? Why can't we just slam the door shut? I think if they lose today, nervousness and anxiety show up in a pair, and they become part of the discussion.
Certainly.
And not only for the division, but for that first round bye. And forget about going on a deep run. I think that very much is in doubt.
Yes, but
certainly not no doubt.
Well done. You get to the postseason, and we'll assess the situation when we get there, because anything can happen at that point. But if they were to lose today, I still believe that they're winning the division. But it is of great concern and doubt that they would be one of the top 2 seeds. And the angering part of it is that they have been in that position for so long, and it was a comfortable position for so long. But this is what happens when you get to playoff baseball. And I'm glad he identified, we are in playoff baseball.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, yesterday they used 6 pitchers. Cleveland used 6 pitchers. That's not ordinary on a middle of a series. That's 2 guys treating this like it's a playoff game. Him going toe-to-toe with Stephen Vogt yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And by the way, the odds for people, and I know it can shift dramatically this time of year, the Tigers' odds to make the playoffs on Fangraphs are 98%. Their odds to win the division are 95%. Their odds to have a bye are 59%. Still better than not that they'll have a first-round bye. And their odds to win the World Series, they exist, 7%. This all according to Fangraphs.
Yep.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this would be a huge bummer if you had spent your life dreaming about going on a cruise. You get to the Caribbean only to instantly be turned around because a fight broke out near the kiddie pool.
There's been a lot of fights on cruises lately.
It just happened again. So the Royal Caribbean's Wonder of the Sea arrived at the port in Miami on Monday night after this big brawl broke out. A witness who was on the ship saw people running over to this kiddie pool area. It was all roped off. According to investigators, there was a verbal dispute that turned physical. The captain of the ship decided just to return to port and contact authorities. Several individuals had to be taken to a hospital for minor injuries. Both people declined to press charges. But how upset would you be, right?
In the kiddie pool.
Oh, you finally get this vacation you've been excited to go on, only for it to be ruined by a couple of probably drunk adults.
Idiots.
In the kiddie pool, yes. You might have heard this. Jordan Hudson was supposed to be on this season of Dancing with the Stars, but just 2 days before the cast was announced, the deal was just called off. And why? It sounds like it was all about negotiations that broke down over her wanting creative control, which I guess isn't that shocking from things we've heard about her. So apparently she wanted to have control over who her dance partner was going to be, when they were going to practice. She wanted to make sure she could still attend games. So she wanted to pick when that was going to happen. She wanted to make sure the story that was portrayed on the show went in a certain direction. Which,
right. It wasn't about her and Bill.
Which, does capture the attention of people. I'm sure that's what would have been highlighted.
That's why she'd be on the show. That's what she's famous for.
I get the whole scheduling, making sure that you can practice enough and be good enough, because there's things in your life you don't want to miss. But the whole reason that she is even considered is because of the unique relationship that she has.
Yes. So it would have been interesting. I do think people would have tuned in to see her. Yeah. I know you guys wouldn't have. You don't watch Dancing with the Stars. But women would have. The people who watch that show would have been interested, I think. Yeah. Jerry from the Ben & Jerry's duo is leaving the ice cream brand after 47 years. So in a letter shared on social media by Ben, he said that Jerry Greenfield had a dispute with the parent company of Ben & Jerry's and felt like he had no choice but to resign. Greenfield also did make a post on social media, and he said basically that he felt like the brand was losing its independence and its ability to speak out on social and political causes, and he felt that the brand that he helped create was being silenced. And
is he taking his name with him? Is it just going to be Ben's?
I don't know. I highly doubt that, but he said that Ben & Jerry's was always more than just ice cream. It was a way to spread love and invite others into the fight for equality, justice, and a better world. So he's out. Yeah, so you can pick up Ben's at your local grocery store. Jimmy Kimmel, his show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, has been suspended indefinitely by ABC following his comments about Charlie Kirk. According to an ABC spokesperson, they're pulling the show and plan to air Celebrity Family Feud for the next 2 nights in its place. And then they need to determine future programming. Nexstar, which is basically owns hundreds of TV channels and has multiple ABC affiliates, was the first to announce that it would no longer air the show across the country. The FCC also threatened to take action over Kimmel's comments. Obviously, it's got mixed reviews. Obviously, the president praised this move, fellow Republicans as well. Those in Hollywood were quick to jump to the defense of Jimmy Kimmel. He has yet to comment on the situation.
So I don't watch any of the late night guys. I'm certainly not like a Jimmy Kimmel fan. If ABC made this decision for business reasons, independent of government pressure, totally get it. Hey, he screwed up. You shouldn't be assigning ideology to a political party from this sick, twisted killer. Totally get it. What bothers me is the idea that you would have political pressure, that the government would be silencing and censoring people's voices. That's the thing that bothers me. And that should bother everybody, regardless of the political party that you subscribe to.
Mm-hmm.
It's Heather with the news. All right. Coming up next, it's the Thursday Touchdown. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. I am loving the hot tub we recently got from Beninati Pool and Spa. I'm telling you, it's like you just enter vacation mode when you head out to your own backyard and you get into a hot tub. Total relaxation. Well, that can be the same for you. They made the entire process so easy. They helped me pick out the hot tub that was perfect for me and my family. Then they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help take care of maintenance as well. They really handle everything and they make it a total breeze. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township as well. That's right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is pretty cool. If you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Look, no one's planning for a backup quarterback. Nobody's planning for a new roof. It always seems to come at the worst time, and the cost can feel overwhelming. It's why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home. 0% interest financing for 5 years. That means you don't have to skimp on the quality. You can get the quality roof you need without the stress of that big upfront payment that keeps people from making the changes they need to make with their roof. Here's the thing. Shaner's not some fly-by-night company. You can check them out. 4.9-star Google rating. They've earned that. Thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about their professionalism, their craftsmanship, and the customer care. Check them out. If your roof is leaking, aging, or if you're just ready for a peace of mind change, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability. I'm seeing a little head bob from you.
Well, I like a little good Bon Jovi.
Yeah. There you go. Good morning. 97.1. Sun's out. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Luke Sloan on the updates. Next hour, we've got Dear John. We got Ross Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
And AJ Hinch, too. Big game today. Tarek Skubal on the bump, 110. All right, John, we have some audio from Steve Yzerman. It is not hockey season.
No, but it's approaching rapidly.
And, well, we were waiting to see some fireworks this offseason, some moves to really expedite the process, to use one of Yzerman's words.
Mm-hmm.
And, hang on. It didn't happen. So he was asked about, the patience and the rebuild and all of this, and this was Steve Yzerman yesterday. How long is it supposed to take? That is the question, is it not?
Yeah.
How long is it supposed to take? Nobody disputes that work needed to be done when he took over, that it wasn't going to be some overnight sensation. This is the 7th year? For him, the rebuild goes back poorly even further with Ken Holland, but they've been doing this thing for like 7 years now. So, at what point are they going to be judged on not the development of individual players, but the actual results on the ice? See, that's a question Steve does need to be able to answer. Like, at what point are you going to be held accountable? Because it's convenient to say, golly gee, I have no idea. It could take forever. And you can't question me because it could take forever. I didn't win the lottery. Young players are unpredictable. It takes longer in hockey. Forever. Well, that's not acceptable.
But he told you his plan. His plan is draft, develop, and when those young players are ready, that's how they're going to build the team. And he's also shown you.
Which young players? Because it's a moving target. Now I got to wait till Pelika gets here, when his goalie gets here, and they're not even here to start the season.
Right. But it is...
And then they got to get a couple years under their belt. So how many years?
Well, okay. You can come up with a number. I don't know what that number is, but I'm telling you is he has told you the plan. He has shown you the plan. He's not going to trade for an impact player. He's not going to sign an impact player. So what is he doing? He is building through the draft, and he is waiting for those players to develop and be ready, and not a moment sooner will he bring them up.
I think he's too, scared is a strong word, okay, but afraid to spend bad money. He's afraid to get anchored with a contract that bites him in the butt.
I would agree with the assessment, and I would give him the credit that they don't have a lot of bad long-term deals currently on the roster.
He's not going to screw himself. Now, what would have been curious, and it's Florida Ekblad, right?
Yeah.
Was he really available? Those guys all stayed in Florida.
Yep.
I don't know if they were going anywhere. So,
well, you can connect some dots.
What I'd love to know off the record from him is, would you have pursued Ekblad, and what kind of money would you have given him if he truly became available?
Look, I listened to the whole thing yesterday because I'm a sicko. I mean, it's not hockey season, and this is like preseason hockey talk. But I wanted to know what he said. And he was asked about, they added Harmonic, this fringe defenseman. And he said, well, at free agency, we were looking for a right shot. Tom, maybe it's Ekblad. He talked about Florida with the cap going up and how it helped them keep a lot of their own. Maybe that was a subtlety of, we wanted Ekblad. You're going to be judged, though, on landing the guys, not, well, we wanted to. Like, we want to win. We want to make the playoffs. I hope to make the playoffs. Like, at some point, it rings hollow to people.
Oh, I know. I mean, I'm frustrated. I'm apathetic towards it at this point. I mean, sometimes that's on the players too. Okay, I mean, the March collapses are on them. They should have made the playoffs.
Yes.
I mean, he's got to be like, can he say that?
I would love if he did.
Now, look, this is taking way too long, period. Does he have some decent excuses? Sure. But I mean, Ken Holland said the famous, it can take up to 10 years.
Okay, let's hold them to that then. Can they even make the playoffs by year 10? Because at this point, I'm not sold.
Well, yeah, I think so.
I say that facetiously, but like the goal wasn't to make the playoffs by year 10. The goal is to be like a Stanley Cup contender, one of the 2 or 3 best teams chasing a cup and ideally hoisting that cup within 10 years. We're 7 in, and they don't even commit to making the playoffs.
I think,
and the other thing that kind of irks me is they've almost treated like making the playoffs as like, well, you fans want your instant gratification of just making the playoffs. No, it's like a worthwhile benchmark along the way. It's a necessary step that you have yet to achieve, even though you've been here long enough to where it's a reasonable expectation.
Clearly, both organizations, the Wings and Tigers, want to win long term. I think that's not opinion. It's fact that they don't want to jeopardize taking a risk at a deadline that could compromise their long term goals. I don't think you can dispute that at this point.
Right. They don't want to sacrifice anything because let's just take the Tigers. Do they believe that in 26, 27, 28, and save the whole schoolbook conversation, but that there's going to be 4 to 5 years of high success rate, chance to win World Series versus here in 25 making a decision that they could go for it for 1 year versus having 4 or 5 years to go for it. And it's the same thing with the Wings. Like the way that they're building is they want to have long-term sustained success, but they don't want to risk any of that by instant gratification now.
I think some of the challenge is they are sitting on some of the most cap space in the sport right now.
But he doesn't want to spend it in a bad way.
I understand. But the situation they've created is at the last 2 summers and the last 2 deadlines, they've failed to add any impact players. So it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. What happens this year if they're not an overwhelming playoff team at the deadline? They're not going to add. And if they fall short, you see how it's this
Exactly. So he singled out yesterday, and I'm not. It's not in a bad way. He expects growth from Raymond and Cider, so they get better. They're still haven't reached where they should be. Their career peak should be.
I agree with that.
You get that. You're in playoff position again. I think he has to add a rental, and he just has to give up what he's going to have to give up.
He's not willing to.
What
and if you don't like it, too bad. He's not getting fired. Ownership's going to be patient. Deal with it. Pound sand. Cry to somebody else.
Because I think that's where Dylan Larkin was right last year. Like, couldn't we at least gotten a rental that could have added to our depth?
He says it wasn't possible. He echoed that again yesterday. He said, I wasn't going to give up firsts for rentals. Not that those deals were even there to make to begin with. When he was asked about what the biggest reason they could, turn a corner or take a step, he highlighted the Gibson acquisition. Mm-hmm. He pointed out defenseman, a young defense core. He wants to see Edvinsson take a jump, Albert Johansson take a jump. And then he cited Marco Kasper. And then, to your point, Cider and Raymond, who are still in the early stages of their career and have more to give. He's putting it solely on
the young guys.
The young guys and the goalie move they made. But if the defense isn't any good, you're going to see the Gibson from Anaheim, and we're going to be cursing out that offseason move too.
Sorry.
No, but
no,
I mean,
okay.
So it's to my point, though. That's exactly when you ask how long is it supposed to take. Like, I don't know what that number is. I don't think anybody can necessarily put a number on it. We know what we want it to be. But if you're going to draft and then wait for those guys to develop year over year, it's 4 years before a drafted prospect is a part of this team. And then it's another 2 years before they are start reaching their potential.
So I think it might have been Galley.
That's 6 years by itself.
I know, and we're in 7 now. He's had, I think, how many different first-round picks have made the NHL? So Kasper, Cider, Raymond, Edvinsson. He's had 4 first-round picks debut, and hopefully there's another one coming this year.
Yeah.
But then I got to wait for them to all get to their second contracts because that's the prime of their career. The frustration I have is when do I get to judge you on the on-ice results and not the development of prospects that is incredibly subjective and convenient for a guy who never then has to face accountability.
And I think, too, it's something to keep an eye on for this season is teams are passing them by in terms of expectations.
Ottawa, Montreal.
Yeah.
In the division.
Mike, I give credit. Mike yesterday quoted odds, and They're picked to finish 12th in the East. That's going backwards. You may be sitting neutral, but aren't you going backwards if people pass you?
Yeah.
Anyway, we got to get to Ross Tucker. We got a lot in the 9 o'clock hour. Dear John, AJ Hinch and more. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers have their smallest lead in the Central since May 25th, now just 4.5 games up on the Guardians after a 4-0 shutout loss to Cleveland last night. The Tigers have lost 14-21. Cleveland's in the opposite direction, winners of 11 of 12. Joining us this morning right here on 97.1, manager AJ Hinch says the Tigers are not feeling the pressure. They're just working to handle their business, but this does feel like the playoffs, he says. Tarek Skubal starts this afternoon for the Tigers in the series finale, looking to get them back on track. That first pitch, 110 right here on 97.1. The Red Wings open up training camp in Traverse City this morning. General Manager Steve Yzerman says he feels the sense of urgency to end their playoff drought, but he says lots of things in the rebuild are out of his control. Yzerman says defenseman Simon Edvinsson will miss training camp and the preseason with a lower body injury. The hope is he'll be ready for the season opener October 9th. Michigan State will have its hands full defensively in the Big Ten opener at USC on Saturday. The Spartans are first in the nation in total offense and second in scoring at 55 points a game. They've got a balanced attack, both top 20 in the run and the pass. Spartans 18.5-point underdogs as a reflection. Thursday Night Football, Bills hosting the winless 0-2 Dolphins in Orchard Park. They're 11.5-point favorites. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
On the line with us this morning, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Check out the Ross Tucker Football Podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Ross, good morning.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Well, we're doing all right. Another week under our belts, and we learn a little bit more about each and every team. And the only one that we're really concerned about is the Lions. And I'm curious, do you think that this version of the Lions is more like week 2 or more like week 1?
I think more like week 2. I mean, you watched it, and it was like, okay, that's the Lions. Like, that's what we've come to know and love about the Lions, the under center play action, driving the ball down the middle of the field, some of the bootleg stuff. They ran it better. The O-line certainly looked better. Maybe, I don't know, John, maybe the Packers defense is just that good, and that was certainly part of it in week 1, but it at least offensively, it looked a lot more like the Lions the last few years under Ben Johnson. It had to be. I mean, you guys would have to tell me because you talk to them every day, but for Lions fans, it had to be on some level a sigh of relief that
Yes.
It's like, okay, this wasn't just Ben Johnson the last couple of years. Like, it's the players, and we can keep doing the stuff we were doing. It was just a bad day at the office up in Green Bay.
Yeah, it felt therapeutic, I think, for a
Yes.
lot of Lions fans to see that. Now, look, the season keeps going. They're going to play Baltimore Monday night. How do they match up?
Well, I'm the right person to talk to about that because I just did the Ravens and Browns on Sunday for CBS. So I watched a lot of Ravens. I met with the team. I was in the production meetings. Ravens have a really good squad. There's no way around it. They were much better defensively against the Browns than they were in the fourth quarter against the Bills. I think they were embarrassed with how they played in the fourth quarter against the Bills. They totally blew that game. They had some guys out there that maybe shouldn't have been playing, weren't ready physically, like Jair Alexander, and they just made a number of critical errors. But The Ravens are like the craziest team, guys. You'll appreciate this. I don't know if you guys, I know it's legal there, so I don't know how much you talk about betting or not, but I have a betting podcast, the Even Money Betting Podcast, and the Ravens, they are like the analytics darlings, right? Mm-hmm. So those guys look a lot at yards per play allowed, a bunch of these advanced metrics. And last year, again this year, the analytics guys, the handicappers, they'll tell you the Ravens are like the best team in the league by far and one of the best teams we've ever seen, yet they find a way to doink off games they shouldn't or lose in the playoffs when it matters the most. But statistically, the Ravens are like a juggernaut, right? I mean, the way they can move the ball, the way they run, throw it, Lamar, obviously, and then even defensively, they are a really, really good team. They're like the regular season kings of football.
So having said all of that, handicap this game for us because is the defense for the Ravens, did they just look better and the numbers look better because it was the Browns offense? Did the Lions look exceptionally well simply because it was the Bears? How does this game match up? And is it just simply going to be who has the ball last and who's going to be able to score the most?
Well, so I think, the truth is usually somewhere in the middle. So I don't think the Lions are going to have 6 points at the 2-minute warning most weeks, but I also don't think they're going to put a lot of 50 burgers up. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're going to be somewhere in the middle, and rightfully so. I do think that the Ravens defense is significantly better than the Bears defense, especially the Bears without Jalen Johnson. And then, because you look at them, they have really good players on all three levels. Matabike at D tackle. Roquan Smith was unbelievable against the Browns. And the thing is, John, they were not that bad defensively against the Bills until the fourth quarter. The fourth quarter, they just kind of lost their minds. Now, the one thing I will say is they don't have great edge rushers. And I don't think Kyle Van Noy, will play. So they don't do a great job of just generating pressure without blitzing, and I don't think they will against the Lions. So the path to the Lions winning is Goff identifying when they bring Roquan Smith, when they bring Kyle Hamilton. So number one, the Lions O-line has to be able to block against the four-man rush, and then Jared has to be able to identify when they come with pressure, because I think they're going to have to. And if he does that, he should be able to have a pretty good game getting the ball out to his receivers. And, it does feel to me like a 27-24 type of game, maybe even a little bit more than that. And the problem with the Ravens is that's just not their strength. The Ravens, it feels like they don't win their fair share of close games late. They're better when they're blowing people out. When it's a close game, they lose more of those games than they win them.
Sounds like you're telling Lion fans are going to go win this game.
It's certainly possible. I mean, that would be a gigantic win. That would be a huge, huge win. Feels like a swing game for both these teams, right? I mean, I do power rankings every Tuesday on the Raw Sucker podcast. They're both top 5 teams, but there's a pretty big difference between being 1-2 with a win over Detroit, or with 1-2 or 2-1 with a win over Baltimore, win over Detroit. This will go a long way towards how we kind of feel about these teams early in the season.
We had a question earlier that we were discussing, and it was which 2-0 team would miss the playoffs, which 0-2 team would make the playoffs. And obviously the easy answer is the Bengals with Joe Burrow gone. They have the high odds of falling apart. The Chiefs, you are looking at it going, well, Patrick Mahomes can't possibly miss the playoffs. Is there an overconfidence that Patrick Mahomes can just take this team to the playoffs without having Rashee Rice early in the season, being down another receiver, Kelsey not having his best season? Do you think the Chiefs are at risk of missing the playoffs?
Well, if you don't want to just use the Bengals as the 2-0 example, I'd probably say the Arizona Cardinals. because they haven't looked that great, and they beat the Saints and the Panthers, two of the worst 5 teams in the league. As for the Chiefs, I'd be really surprised they don't make the playoffs. Really surprised. You know, the end of that game against the Eagles, Mahomes is out there throwing deep balls to Tyquan Thornton and Nico Remigio. I mean, I can assure you no Eagles fans have even heard of either one of those guys. So they might get Xavier Worthy back this week, and he's got to play with a harness because of that dislocated shoulder. But then they'll get, in a couple weeks, they'll get Rashee Rice back. I think when they have Worthy and Rashee Rice out there, that they'll be back to being the Chiefs that we all kind of know and expect. And so it might not be 14 or 15 wins. It might be 10 or 11, but they're still going to the playoffs.
He's Ross Tucker. He joins us every Thursday. He is our Odyssey NFL insider. Those calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Ross, appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks, bud.
Absolutely. See you guys.
Yep. See you. Talk to him again next week. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Hey, I want to give you a highlight. That highlight is the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. Another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees are extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Hey, football is back, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. Now listen, each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, no bubbles, no troubles, zero carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ. Ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Check in with Tiger manager AJ Hinch coming up next. September is truck month at Moran Chevrolet. Perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. The best game days start in a 2026 Silverado 2LT Crew Cab 4x4, and you can lease one at Moran right now for $349 a month. That's a 24-month lease, $999 down. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
And that would be your final. Tigers shut out. Lead down to 4.5. John, how are you feeling today?
I'm just a little angry. I woke up angry. I'm kind of over it now and just ready to move on to a Scooball start, and let's get this thing back on the tracks.
Look, Scooball wins today. You're up 5.5 with 9 games to go. It counts for 2 for the magic number, and everybody can just take a deep breath. You'll get Scooball one more time against Cleveland and 2 more times before the season's done, and you don't have to panic. I don't want to panic. It's annoying that we're here. That was our word yesterday. If Scooball were to struggle today, or they just don't give him the run support, right? They didn't score yesterday. If they were to lose today, I think the shift goes from annoyed or angry or mad to starting to get a little nervous.
Yeah.
Don't invite those feelings. This is the thing we're trying to avoid the whole time. Just slam the door and be done with it.
And AJ talked about the urgency that he feels. The team feels it. There's an excitement. But they do have to take this as, okay, what do we got to do to win today? And not look forward to the next 9 games. The Braves, they're going to have their own challenges. Trip to Cleveland, all right? Very similar to here, just a different locale. That'll be its own challenges at that time because the numbers are all going to be different at that time.
Well, let me just give you the numbers today from Fangraphs, and you tell me if this makes sense. The Tigers' odds to make the playoffs are at 98%.
Yeah.
So for anybody on the ledge, they're going to be in the playoffs. But you'd say they got to win this division. They've been in first place damn near the whole season. They were up 15.5. Their odds are 95% to win the division as we sit today.
Pretty good.
Okay. To get a bye, right? So much of their postseason dreams may hinge on do they get that first round bye to set the rotation. 59% today. They're a game and a half up, and they have the tiebreaker on Houston.
And, Jim, I think those numbers belie the fact that this is annoying. This is like Michigan State messing around with Youngstown State. Is Youngstown State going to win the game? No, probably not. Really small chance. But is it annoying that State didn't blow them out by a wider margin? Yeah. It's like Michigan last year with Arkansas State. Arkansas State wasn't going to win that game. It was just annoying that Michigan didn't play well and it wasn't blowing the doors off.
Stop.
We want it to be more Wolverines versus Chips.
Well, no, not that one. Pick a different blowout.
I don't have one to pick from. Run more. I've always been saying that.
It's funny. This word pressure has come up a lot. I know Rieger was asking AJ about it after the game a couple days ago. Riley Green was asked about it last night. We just discussed it with the manager. This word about pressure. In Cleveland, their morning show ran a poll question today and said, who's there more pressure on, the Guardians or the Tigers? And the Tigers were winning in a runaway.
Right, because they're not even in a playoff position.
Right, their expectations are, 2 of our relievers are suspended. We're no good. We didn't do anything at the deadline.
Early vacation anyway.
We're a bunch of schmucks. We're not going to make it. The pressure's on Detroit, who's led the whole way, and you can't possibly collapse, right?
That's a fan poll.
Right.
And a fan reaction and fan feelings.
Because expectations from fans are the Tigers should win today. Scooball should deal today. They should have won yesterday and the day before. And when you don't win and the number goes the wrong way, the pressure's on.
But you can't get in the mind of the athletes and then vote from there. But I guarantee you there's more pressure on the Guardians players because they know they have to win to just simply, they're 2.5 games out of a wild card spot.
Yeah, season will end.
Yeah, season's over. And they've just played, 153 games, hoping that they get a chance to extend their season. And if they don't, it was all for naught.
Right. Do you still expect the Tigers to win this division? Yes.
Yes.
Do you expect them to have a top 2 seed? I think that's the more murky question right now.
Well, it is, and if it's in contention with the Astros, at least you've got one up on them because of the tiebreaker.
Now, it's Houston and Seattle this weekend?
Yes.
So based on that, we'd be rooting for Houston, but don't sweep them?
Yeah, you're kind of hoping for a
two out of 3, or yeah. But you keep Houston in front because you have the tiebreaker. Right. I don't feel great about the 2 seed right now, and it's not just the last week, right? The Tigers are 1-5 in the last 6.
It's the entire last 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Yeah, 2 months, whatever. So after the All-Star break, they're 26-29. They're 3 games below 500 in the second half of the season. That's why I'm a little nervous about losing out on a bye. Not quite at nervous about the division, especially with Scooble on the mound. Later today at 1 o'clock.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out, buddy. We got picks tomorrow on the show.
Yeah.
We got Cookie Jar on the show tomorrow.
It's going to be a fun one. Be a loaded show.
Round out the week. You got a new leader in the pick standings. What dynamic does that create on the show?
Should be fun.
Stop it. The whole picks thing just annoys me.
I've had so many people come up to me and say, I can feel John's frustration for the picks.
I get most frustrated when I'm watching. Like, the frustration I feel here is a little bit tempered, right? Because you guys are all present.
Yeah.
The frustration I feel when I'm watching a game that I picked one way for football reasons, and I could be wrong, right? You throw the spread in there, and it jacks everything up for me. But then I think, well, why did Heather pick this game? Well, this tiger is more fierce than that tiger.
Or she took like Texas A&M. She likes their dog.
I do like the dog.
Reverie?
Reveille.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Lassie.
Yeah.
That
dog.
That's what frustrates the hell out of me, is the reason that you pick the games.
You guys, I know nothing about the football, right? Like, I can't pick based on that because I don't know anything about it.
And I got annoyed with myself last year because when I got I did the bit where I'm just going to flip a coin.
Oh yeah,
It was one of your
like
better
two
weeks.
of my best weeks. Yeah.
of course it was.
Yeah. That's
this
betting.
This is kind of the way the March Madness pools go in most people's offices, right? It's like the guy who stayed up watching all the games all season finishes like 86th.
Yeah.
And Janice from accounting, who picked on the colors, wins the whole office pool.
Oh, I like their uniforms.
You're overthinking things. I mean, I'm not in
Rarely
first
the
anymore,
case.
so
It's rarely the case.
take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But
Maybe Heather's lost her touch.
hey now.
The descent
You wait.
to the basement begins.
Yeah, well, it's crowded down here.
You making room for her? We'll have a standings update, a bunch of games, Lions, Monday Night Football talk. And by the way, tomorrow we should carve out quite a bit of time for Michigan and Michigan State because they're going to play this weekend in some pivotal games for their seasons.
A lot at stake for both teams.
I would say so.
And obviously for our NFL team as well.
Yeah. I mean, Michigan State, if you're staying up late, a little extra energy drinks, coffee, make your way to 2 a.m. See if they can hang in.
What's the pregame for that? A Red Bull and chicken wings at 10:30? Time it out right so you can make it to the end of the game?
Like, imagine you're up at 9 a.m. and you watch College Game Day. Then you get to the noon window, and you are still a
14
dozen
hours away.
Yeah, exactly. We got Carson Anderson at Gate 8 today out at Comerica Park. Boys, what's up?
Good morning. Yes. Yes. Are either of you guys nervous about the division? Okay. Wait, well, hold on. Slow down. Why 12? Well, it's usually 1 to 10. Makes it easy. Why?
Is there a reason? John, you want to start off? Where would you put yourself right now?
1 to 12. So 12 is the most panicked. Maximum panic. I would put myself at 4.5.
$3.87.
Yeah, I guess I'm more panicked.
No, Scooble's on the mound. I said if they lose today, all of a sudden that starts to wash over you. Exactly, Doug.
I have I'm very low.
0?
She's a 1.
I'm not panicked.
No, 0's not in the equation. Yeah. Yeah, what do you expect them to go -2 to 12?
Yes.
I really feel no panic.
Okay.
Somewhat.
Is this Fahrenheit or Celsius? Or is Calvin? John, you want to score
well, he's
for
not
him?
here. Yeah, but I mean, what day haven't you heard Milliken yell?
Day that ends with a Y.
Greg, Doug, I'm at pi.
Oh,
my gosh.
That's such a.
Of course he is.
Uh-huh.
All right,
he is.
you guys can send yours in. You guys will take phone calls on that today and so much more. Carson Anderson out ahead of the Tiger game today. It's 97-1.
Scale 1 to 12, where are you on a panic meter as it pertains to our Detroit Tigers last night? Last night, my friends, impotent offensively, and when they did threaten, if the ball's hitting the gap, Stephen Kwan's going to run it down. If the ball's in the corner, Stephen Kwan's going to chase it down and make a double a single. If the Lions are in the red zone, Stephen Kwan's going to get a stop. If the Red Wings are on the power play, Stephen Kwan's going to kill the power play.
100%.
This guy is – I want to be so annoyed by him, but what's annoying about him is that he's just freaking good. And it feels like – I felt like Stephen Kwan almost single-handedly won that damn game last night, chasing down balls in the outfield.
I feel like it's 2 games in a row he's done it. He is the quintessential – team player. He's everything that you want in a player without being the gaudy statistic guy. He's not the superstar player, but my God, does that guy help you win?
Yep.
And look, I don't know what his WAR is. The WAR stat. I don't like the WAR stat. And when I saw last night,
on a scale of 1 to 12, it's a 12.
When I saw that Dylan Dingler's WAR is like a 4.1, which is the 3rd highest catcher WAR in team history or something like that, and it was like right on par with a Pudge Rodriguez WAR. I was like, and Alex Avila had a higher WAR than Pudge. I was like, what is? That's why I don't like the stat, because I think it's ridiculous. Stephen Kwan's WAR should be like double digits. He does every little thing that helps you win a baseball game. If you need him to sacrifice a guy over, he'll do that. If you need him to just have a 12-pitch at bat and annoy the pitcher, he'll do that. If you need him to hit something in the gap, he can do that, and he can do everything defensively. He's phenomenal. He's absolutely phenomenal without being a superstar. Jose Ramirez is a superstar for Cleveland. I love Jose Ramirez.
Yep.
But Stephen Kwan might be the most valuable player on that team.
248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'll have my panic meter rating, your panic meter rating, Kang. Get Kenny, everybody involved, including right to the phones on this Thursday morning from outside Comerica Park. We go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Okay.
All right, Mike.
Hey, so I'm at about an 8 right now for the panic meter. The reason I'm not at like a 1, it's a new day, it's a different day. You don't play baseball on paper, but and obviously Scooble starting. But I'm not at a 12 either. Sorry, the reason I'm not at a 12 is because of that. The reason I'm as high as an 8 is because I don't trust our bullpen to hold a 1 or 2 run lead, which you see time and time again. Scooble starts, Tigers get up 2-0, 6th inning. He comes out, great outing, 2 hits, no runs, whatever, gajillion strikeouts, and then the bullpen comes in and just screws it all up. And the hitting just doesn't back that up enough either. I'd like to see like a 6-0 Scooble start for the Tigers. Tigers get up 6-0, give the bullpen some leeway. Then I can drop my panic meter down to like a 4.
Yeah, I'd have to look back at the numbers and see what they are for September. But in August, the bullpen was like best in baseball. But in September, I kind of feel like there have been some games that we've seen it get away from a little bit, and that kind of coincides with Finnegan's injury and going on the injured list. And if you heard AJ Hinch this morning, he said they hope to have him back this weekend, that he'll pitch tonight for Toledo in Iowa, and that if all goes well, he'll meet the team tomorrow and hopefully be available to them maybe Saturday afternoon or evening, whatever they play. But it is a concern for sure. It's like, I don't know who you trust, Doug, but I trust Finnegan when he's in there, but he hasn't been, and I really trust Melton. And aside from that, it's a lot of not sure. Montero's been very good for them.
Okay, I'm not saying taking anything for granted, right? But assuming there is a postseason, which of the 16 guys are going to be in this bullpen?
Yeah.
They'll have some decisions to make about which guys they trust the most. I guess we'll find out. Because right now they're using the minors as basically extra roster spots. They're sending guys up and down so they can have different guys at different matchups at different times. But at the end of the day, they got to sort something out. And that's why today is just a massive day. It's a Scooble start. He had the health scare. And this needs to be a calm the F down, I got this kind of start. And then you got Kyle Finnegan going an inning for Toledo out in Iowa. And he didn't want the rehab start. He wanted to go right back into the Tiger bullpen, which is great news because that says to me that he's feeling better. But, they need Scooble to do Scooble-like things, and they need Finnegan to go throw his 1 inning in Des Moines or wherever the F they are in Iowa and come back and be ready to go this weekend.
Yeah, and you know what else they need to do? Score some runs.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that goes, okay, sure, the bullpen gave up a couple runs last night, but the Tigers didn't score any runs, and that's a problem. They had opportunities to do it, and they just couldn't come up with a big hit. Yeah, there were plenty of them. They couldn't come up with a big hit, and Cleveland did, and that's what sucks.
Mike?
And yes, the aforementioned Stephen Kwan is a big reason why they didn't score.
Mike is at an 8.0. Alex, you're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Alex.
Hey, guys. How are we doing?
Okay.
Good. I'm at probably a 9. I want to take you guys to the 6th inning yesterday. Kerry Carpenter usually would get taken out, but he gets a leadoff double off a lefty, which was great to see. Bummer that's the first time he's seen a lefty. And then Pork is just pressing. That first pitch, he tries to hit it a million feet, and then he strikes out later in that bat. I just wish he would just get the runner over. It's a 2-0 game. We can get within 1 run in the 6th inning. So I just think they're pressing at the plate right now, and it's just hard to watch.
I mean, Tork's coming off a 4-hit game. I think you're pressing when you're really struggling. He was great Tuesday, and then he did barrel that weird one up where he was down on a knee. That was a weird inning because he hit that one foul, and then Riley Green and Dingler both hit it hard right to people. And one of the reasons why my panic meter isn't going to be as high as 9 or 8 is because I think they hit the ball really hard last night. and generally you're rewarded for it. But it was within that radius of Quan, or it was right at Jones out there and right. It was always right to someone. I mean, even in the 7th, it took a great play by Ramirez at third, and it was a great play on a hard hit ball to wipe out that threat. And so they did hit it hard. And the other thing that's going on, low key, is that actually Mize and Flaherty have put together 5 consecutive good starts between the two of them. And that makes me feel better about if they get to the postseason. But, it's not like they got to win the games. Like, right. I could sit here and say not everything's doom and gloom, and it's why I'm not panicked and why, today's a new day, et cetera, et cetera. But you got to win the games. The bullpen hasn't been great lately, and they're not scoring runs, and problems right there. Alex, thank you. 248-539-9797. We welcome in Kang back at our studios. Kang, how are you today?
Douglas, I'd be better if the Tigers won last night, but I'm okay.
Yeah, all right, good. These are, it's funny listening to AJ talk. Guys, this does feel like playoff baseball, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So we're outside Comerica Park. Tigers taking on Cleveland this afternoon. It is a Scooble start. We'll have our panic meter scores coming up after the break. Also, we swing around the NFL with the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around league blitz thingy today at 10:30. We do it every Thursday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, those air quality alerts, you heard about them. You're concerned about the air you breathe. Well, you should be. And that's why you need to contact CGC Home Services. We did, and we got the Aeris Active Pure technology, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold in our home. Why choose CGC Home Services? Rapid response, zero hassle, upfront pricing, no hidden fees, plus the latest advanced equipment and precision techniques. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com. There you go. That is AJ Hinch following last night's game, and Stephen Kwan. Yep, Stephen Kwan has just been out there saving run after run after run. The Tigers get shut out, and look, you're going to play good teams. You got to overcome it. They did hit the ball hard quite a bit last night, and they're starting pitching. Some of the key guys, Mize and Flaherty, have been pitching better, but at the end of the day, they keep losing games, and that's what matters. All these little metrics and things that they could do well are things that can lead to winning, which is why my panic meter, Scott, right now is currently at a 2.5.
2.5, huh?
2.5 on a scale of 1 to 12. What are you at?
I am at, going into today's game, I am at about a 4.
Gators at a 4.0.
It's not that high. And if the Tigers win, then it drops down to like a 1.5. I mean, this is a kind of a pivotal game for me, because if they lose, that number just drops down to trouble. 3.5 game lead. You still have 3 games against Cleveland to play next week. That's concerning. So that's where I'm at. You heard Costa say this morning that he's 3.8 or whatever it was, and that if they lose, then
3.87.
Yeah, and he said it depends on what happens with today, and I totally agree with that. But that's why I say going into it, I'm about a 4, about the same as Jim. But I'll be concerned. I'll be a little panicked if they lose today.
Kang, what are you at?
The context of the question of panic meter, to make the playoffs, do something in the playoffs, I just want to be sure before I give my number.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's
just win the division.
All encompassing, but yeah, I mean, I guess we start with winning the division.
Oh, for winning the division, yeah, I'm like where Greg was, pi.
Right. Okay.
3.14.
So 3.14.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, the starting pitchers, right? If they don't make the playoff, if they somehow blow this, right? And the starting pitchers, the big concern that we had 2 and 3, Mize hadn't been bad. Flaherty hadn't been bad. It's like one of the things that we've asked to come around might be coming around, as their lead is piddling away.
Well, the problem is that, and this is the problem typically with teams throughout a season, is that it's rare that you get everything clicking on all cylinders at the same time. So while the starting pitching's going, the bullpen is starting to fray a little bit, and the lineup is not scoring as much as you'd like. Yeah, they had the 2 blow-up games against the Yankees, but since then, a little sporadic here, and it's a very short sample size since the Yankees series. But that's where we're at. I mean, that's how things work.
So something really interesting today that AJ Hinch told our morning show. He said when Scuba went out to throw his pen on Monday, I think it was, they said he really pushed himself. So, I mean, from a standpoint of is he healthy, that would be elite good news, right? If he is healthy. And I'm going to tell you something about today. This entire season, we have taken calls from people going, I don't understand why they took Scooble out after 88 pitches. I don't understand why they took Scooble out after 85 pitches. Let me tell you something. You take Scooble out in May after 88 pitches or in June after 85 pitches so that today you can leave him in there a little bit longer. Provided he is back to 100% and that health scare was nothing more than some sort of weird human body glitch. Today's the day you throw him 105. Like today's the day you ask him to give you, we need you to go out and start the 8th as well. Right? I mean, this is what you've been saving up, rationing innings for Scooble for if he's 100% healthy. The whole panic meter thing goes off the charts if anything goes wrong health-wise today.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, isn't this is a game. Everybody needs to calm that down. I got this classic JV start. Scooble's got to play that role. And, we had Scooble going into Game 5 of the ALDS last year, right? Didn't work. Scooble owes these MFers. He owes these MFers. In a big game like this, snuff out some hope.
Well, didn't he have a big game against Cleveland earlier this year? like early in the seaon. The Tigers, I thought AJ was describing, they lost the first couple games of the series, and then School comes out, pitches a gem, they win the game, and then they have to play at Cleveland after that, and then the Tigers sweep them.
Yeah, but I'm talking about stakes here, right? The stakes in an early season
No, but
game.
all I'm saying is that, like, we've seen this before. Like, this is a similar situation where the Tigers have lost the first 2 games of a series against Cleveland. Now you've got a Scooble start to stop it, and then you're going to play Cleveland again next week. And, if they can do the same thing they did earlier in the year, then easy peasy, right?
I want Cleveland to understand, like, okay, you got Scooble last year in a huge game. Today's a huge game. Scooble owes these MFers in a big game. And I am getting sick of them. They are irritating, and I'm like, yeah, Rocchio. It's all coming back.
That guy.
But this is one of those games that the free agent to be is going to command massive free agent money, probably regardless of what happens today. But these are the kind of games that you want this guy for. And, I mean, it doesn't snuff out all hope, but it really does appear to get him back in a good spot. But, I mean, last night was frustrating, right?
Oh, it's totally frustrating. It's frustrating when you get down with 2 strikes and then the pitcher just expands the zone and the Tiger hitters can't lay off of it, or the strike zone is inconsistent from the home plate umpire anyway for both teams. He's just not very good. It's frustrating when you do make good contact with the ball and you get nothing to show for it because Stephen Kwan's chasing everything down no matter where it is. Yeah, very frustrating. And then you go into a 9th inning and you haven't scored.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Hobbs. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Hobbs.
What's up, fellas? I'm actually right by Comerica Park. I might try to go to this game. I think this is a great spot. I would love to see top of 9, 2-1 Tigers, and Scooble's at 96 pitches or 101. I think AJ just, goes by. If I'm sure Scoobs is going to be pumped up beyond belief today. And I think you just go off him. And I don't think we're going to be able to re-sign him anyway, so I'm looking to get what's left in the tank today for sure. So go Tigers.
On a scale of 1 to 12, where are you on the panic meter?
I mean, the best part about the Diamondbacks back in the day is, Randy had Schilling. With one stud, I think it's hard to go deep and win it all anyway, but I mean, probably an 8.5.
Wow. Okay.
You're panicked.
Yeah, that's pretty high. All right.
Yeah.
Hobbs, thank you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Got a gentleman here that says he's at a 10 on the panic meter outside of Comerica Park. I'm still pretty low because we're talking about making the playoffs. And if the lead were comfortable still, you know what we'd be talking about today? How the starting pitching is rounding into form at the right time. Mize and Flaherty. But they keep losing games because they're not scoring runs, and the bullpen is melting down. And that's so now it's like, all right, they got to take care of business. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Well,
damn it, make the playoffs because Flaherty and Mize are starting to pitch well.
I haven't looked closely enough to the other divisions, but if the Tigers don't win the division, do they still have a chance to make it as a wild card? Or is that something to be scary about?
I haven't even looked at that. I haven't even thought about that.
Because I know the Yankees are.
Well, if Cleveland.
They're 4 games back at Toronto, and I think the Yankees and Boston are both 4 games back at Toronto. So you got 2 teams there that are vying for it, and then you've got Houston and Seattle that are almost deadlocked out in the West.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have a chance.
Teams playing good baseball.
Yeah, because Cleveland's 2.5 games out of the wild card. So if Cleveland catches up to and passes Detroit, the opportunity's there. I mean, you don't want to do that. But, hell, you don't want to play – like, I'm glad Seattle lost because you don't want to play in that first round. They still have a 2-game lead over that. What we got to remind ourselves, even though they're not playing great, is if you go back to the beginning of the season and tell everyone this is the scenario, everyone would take it. Every single one of us would take it. They built up the lead, which was an astronomical lead, which was probably playing over their heads. They've come back to earth. And they've earned this spot. They've earned this. but they got to close the deal. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. We swing around the NFL next. We'll bring Kang back in for the Wide 9 Omaha 4-Down Around League Blitz thingy. 97-1, the ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the deep back to their winning ways. It's just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable, starting with employee pricing for everyone on every EV in stock. You can get the Blazer EV all-wheel drive for only $199 a month, and that's with zero down. How about the Equinox EV? Also, just $199 a month with zero down. The 2026 Chevy Equinox Gas, $299 a month. No games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. That's big money, huge money for your trade, and that's up to $2,000 more. Paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line because the service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available, no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 in Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97-1 a ticket. We will get back to some Tiger talk. Ton of texts coming in. We got some line stuff to sprinkle in. But every Thursday at this time, we swing around the NFL with the Blitz thingy. A six-pack of questions from the National Football League. And what I went first yesterday or Tuesday with the college one, right? So you're up first.
That's right.
All right. Kang,
Here
let's
we go,
go.
boys. Gator, you're up first. The Colts, they're 2-0, led by Daniel Jones. That's right, Daniel Jones. He has 588 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a quarterback rating of 111.1. Are Daniel Jones and the Colts for real?
I think they're for real when it comes to their own division. I think they can win the division. It's not a very good division. But as far as being a Super Bowl contender, no, I don't think they're for real with that. I think Daniel Jones is, he's an okay quarterback. I think he's probably below average, but he's got a couple pieces around him that help make him better and make the team better. Jonathan Taylor, that helps. Having the new tight end, Taylor Warren, that helps as well. But the offensive line is pretty good. But beyond that, they need some help. They don't have the weapons, enough receivers, I don't think. Defensively, they're okay. They're maybe even a little bit better than okay, but I just don't see them being complete enough to compete for the Super Bowl. But I do think they're good enough to win the division.
Guys, Daniel Jones and the Colts doing this, I knew it was coming all along.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Here we go.
This is an unbelievable start. The Colts are the first team in NFL history to start a season by scoring on each of their first 10 possessions. They're the first team in the Super Bowl era to not punt in their first 2 games. This is incredible. And you mentioned their division. Yeah, they're for real. They'll go to the playoffs because they'll win this division. Houston might not be very good. Tennessee is an authentic 0-2. And if you take a look at this, the seasoning and the system, Baker Mayfield, right? It took Baker Mayfield a minute, and it took Baker Mayfield the right system. And now you've got Daniel Jones. He might be the next guy that in his 2.0 is so much better than his 1.0. And there's a weird theory going around out there that, like, the 5 weeks he spent in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell last year, Kevin O'Connell fixed him. I don't know if I believe it, but that theory's out there. I think they're for real.
Doug, I don't think they're for real, but I'm always wrong, so they must be real. That's what I'm going with this one. I'm like, will the real Daniel Jones please stand up? Because what the stats you've read, it's amazing. I cannot believe it's true. Surprisingly, though, the last couple years, the Colts, even though with AR at quarterback or Gardner Minshew, they've been 8-9 and 9-8. So they haven't been like awful. If they just get some good quarterback play, they actually might be a real threat to the division and in the playoffs. So like I said, I don't really think it's real, but I'm always wrong, so I'm going with it is real. I'm going with Costanza theory here. They just need a good quarterback play, and Dan Jones might actually be one of those quarterbacks that's resurrecting his career, like you said, a la Baker Mayfield, a la Sam Darnold. So he could be that guy this year at least. All right, speaking of quarterbacks, Joe Burrow is projected to miss 3 months after toe surgery. This is the 3rd time in his career he's been put on IR. This has led some people to compare him to Andrew Luck, who retired early. Is Joe Burrow the next Andrew Luck?
So I watch Quarterback on Netflix, so I know him personally.
That's right.
He's a little flaky, in my opinion, and that's probably not fair. But in watching that show, I thought, okay, he's a little flaky. He might be normal to somebody else, could he walk away from the game? I feel like he could, become a fashion maven type of dude that I want to branch out and do something else in my career. But these are really personal decisions. Not everybody's a Chris Borland who walked away or Andrew Luck who walked away. Odds are he's not going to do it. But I think he's quirky enough that I could be wrong. Maybe he would.
See, I don't think guys that are flamboyant like that are ready to walk away. I think Burrow is wired to be way more competitive than Andrew Luck was. I think he wants it so badly, and I think he takes it personally that he can't play. If he retires, I don't think it would be a proactive retirement like it was for Andrew Luck, who just didn't want to put up with it anymore. And, hey, I dealt with some injuries. I don't want to anymore. I don't think that's the case. I think if Joe Burrow has to retire, it's because he's told you can't play the game anymore.
So early retirement, no. But 0 rings, yes. I think that's a big, very much in play right now. I mean, he just gets hit way too much. After 6 seasons, compared to Andrew Luck, he's been actually sacked more than Andrew Luck was their first 6 seasons in the league. It's just really hard to win, especially when you get hurt all the time. They refuse to work on the offensive line in Cincinnati. Instead, they're messing around with all these other player contracts. But protect your biggest investment, which is Joe Burrow, and he's just getting hit way too often. All right, Rams versus Eagles this week. Does the winner of this game become the favorite to win the NFC?
I think if the if the Eagles win, I think that they may be the favorite in the NFC. But if the Rams win, I don't think they are. I think that mantle and torch gets passed on to the Green Bay Packers. And in fact, I think the Packers technically might be the odds-on favorite right now in the NFC. I think that just happened today. But no, I don't. If the Rams win, absolutely not. If the Eagles win, they've got a chance to still be the favorite to win.
Yeah,
the
I
NFC.
actually agree with you 100%. Eagles might be the favorite with a win. I don't think the Rams start leapfrogging teams. And I even like I personally like Tampa more than the Rams. But as far as technical favorite, no, I don't think they'll go.
Well, they're
that
better
far.
coached.
He's hurt right now, man. He's coaching hurt.
Uh-huh.
You talking about McVay, your boy?
Yeah,
he's playing
so
hurt.
Does the winner of this game become the favorite in the NFC? Yeah, only if the Eagles win. But if the Rams win, I'll be very impressed. But it puts them in the mix with everybody else, which is the Niners, the Lions, the Packers, the Commanders, the Buccaneers. So the NFC is tough this year. But if the Rams beat the Eagles, I definitely elevate them, just not to the top of the NFC yet. All right, there are a lot of 0-2 teams right now. Who's the worst team in the NFL?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, my. I thought we weren't doing hot takes.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. People would expect me to say Miami because I have never believed in their quarterback. I think their head coach is trying to find a gear that I'm not sure he has, which is crisis management mode. Their top receivers bitching publicly. But I don't think it's them. I thought they came that close to winning that game in New England. I think they look much better. I'm not burying them just yet. It's the Carolina Panthers. Bad play in the trenches. The quarterback play people say is regressing, and there's holes at all levels on the defense. I think Carolina is the worst of the 0-2 teams.
I came down to Carolina and the team that I went with. I think Tennessee is for now. They're breaking in a new quarterback, which doesn't do them any favors, and they don't have a whole lot around him. They're really counting on the draft class they just had to step up, so I don't think this year they're going to do much. I think they're probably picking at the top of the draft again, which is good for them. They need to build the base, and they feel like they've got the quarterback. Like I said, they made some interesting draft picks on the defensive line and offensive line. They've got one of their draft picks who's a wide receiver who I think was in the 4th or 5th round. He's actually starting for them. So the draft class can help them out, but it's not going to come this season.
I'm with you, Doug. I think it's the Panthers. They don't have much over there. Bryce does not have much to work with, but also I don't think Bryce Young is the answer, which is the biggest key here. They might be picking for his replacement in April. That's how bad I think the Panthers are, unfortunately. And for your surviving, those in survivor pools, so try to save the team playing the Panthers as long as you possibly can. All right, Tua Tagovailoa, Doug's favorite quarterback, told reporters this week that he can't do half the things Josh Allen does. They're playing the Bills this week. Is this really a cool thing for him to say, or would you not want your quarterback talking like that?
You know, normally I would say there's nothing wrong with killing them with kindness, right? That's if you're confident in your own abilities. And right now, I don't think that Tua is exuding a whole lot of confidence in his abilities, nor is his team instilling that kind of confidence in Tua. And they've got a head coach that's destined to be fired in the next few weeks. It's a dumpster fire in Miami. He shouldn't have said it like that. I just say, oh, he's a great quarterback, period. And then, move on to the next question. You could be as vanilla as you want at this point, but the second you add a little bit of flavor, you put yourself in more scrutiny under the microscope, and that's exactly what's happened. Tua is that flame is fading out quickly.
There was when Tua was coming out, I obviously said I didn't think he would be successful in the NFL, and there was a variety of reasons. One of them was his leadership style. I wasn't sure, unless he changed, that it would work in the NFL locker room. His tranquil state of mind, his serenity, and all that stuff. I just didn't know how that would play. And I think saying things like this is very healthy in the real world, and I think being tranquil in that serene state of mind, it might be very healthy in the real world. But the NFL is not the real world. It's a dog-eat-dog, brutal place. And I think him saying stuff like that kind of feeds into the weirdness that is Tua Tagovailoa from afar. This is how, and then you get into the injuries, but all that. But that has nothing to do with the question. So no, I don't think it's a cool thing for him to say.
Yeah, I don't mind giving your opponent credit and some respect, but this praise is much too much. And it makes him sound like he sucks. Right? Like when he says, I can't do any of that stuff. Like when you're 0-2, you don't want to give that vibe off to the rest of the team. And that's the vibe he's giving right now. Maybe not tell everyone, how much you can't do right now, and start telling people how much you can do. Last one, the Monday night doubleheader averaged 13.5 million viewers. The NFL is doing very well with this. Do you like it, and should the NFL do more of these Monday night doubleheaders?
So I do like it because it's a standalone time spot. There's no other games going on. At 1 and 4 on Sunday, which is where this game would otherwise be parked, I probably am not seeing it anyway. Now I have the option to see it on Monday night, and so I enthusiastically started to watch that game before I fell asleep 6 minutes in. However, the option was there, and for that I appreciate. So I like the doubleheader, and I think they should do it more.
23-year-old Gator would love the doubleheader. I mean,
But now that you're 24.
Right now that I'm no longer 23. Yeah, look, back in the day, I would have been at the bar all night long watching, and you get a second game. Like, yeah, here we go. I have something else to entertain myself beyond just the first game. However, now that I'm no longer 23, it just doesn't do it for me, man. I think it waters it down. I think it takes away the specialness that is Monday Night Football. And the NFL has done a lot of that lately. You had the Thursday night game, the Sunday night game. Everything is kind of taken away the amplitude of what was Monday Night Football, and this is further neutering of it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm actually not the biggest fan either, Gator, and a couple of reasons. One, it's the late start for the second game. I mean, if it's not compelling at all, or I'm just getting too tired, it's a Monday night. I'm like Doug. I tune out then. I turn it off, even though there was that option, Doug. But money runs everything. So week 4 has another doubleheader where the second game starts an hour after the first game. Week 6 is the same way as that one. Week 7 is another true doubleheader that includes our lines in the early window, and then there's a second game at 10 o'clock. I watch Red Zone. You guys know this. So I don't get to watch too many games, a full game from start to finish. So I want to when I can. The Lions, Sunday night, and usually Monday night. But if there's too many games going on, that waters it down for me. So, but hey, if the ratings are so good, the NFL's just continue to do this.
All right, there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. We'll continue with some Tiger discussion next. Outside Comerica Park, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll talk some Lions today at 11 a.m. There could be an interesting percolating story coming out of Allen Park. We'll get to that at 11 a.m. 248-539-9797. We've asked people here in the beginning of the show, after losing back-to-back games here to the Cleveland Guardians, on a scale of 1 to 12, where's your panic meter at? Where's your panic meter at when it pertains to winning, closing this out and winning the division? It's really weird because I'm encouraged with the starting pitching of late. That number 2 guy, they'll have options. Mize and Flaherty are both pitching better. And the Tigers keep losing. And, I guess as we sat here and worried about number 2, other problems, are still there or are emerging here late as they try and close this thing out. 248-539-9797. This text, somebody sent us this. Guys, Quan is not the reason they're losing. It's because their offense is pathetic and their bullpen is once again struggling. My panic level is 7. That's from an unnamed texter. Nobody said Quan is the only reason they're losing. No. Quan is taking runs away from them.
I think if I were to try to quantify how many runs he has saved the Guardians in the 2 games, I don't think I'm overstating it by saying I think he saved like 4 or 5 runs at this point.
I have 3, but whatever. I mean, in a 1-run game, in the game that went to extra innings, I guess it turned out not being a 1-run game, but in that game, it made a difference. No, and he's not the only reason they're losing. Of course not. Bro, is that how you interpreted what we said? Greg writes in 12. It's over. Greg
All right, see you, Greg.
does not think that the Tigers are going to win this division.
That's too bad.
Phil writes in, I know, right? Phil writes in, my panic meter is at an 8 because of their struggles over the last month and a half. It seems like when they lose, the pitching is decent and there's no hitting, or the hitting is good and the pitching is horrible. They just cannot gel. It's frustrating to watch batter after batter strikes. Watch strikes go right down the middle of the plate and then swinging at pitches in the dirt. These guys need to get it together pronto. So Phil's got them at 8. The sample size of them not playing well is growing. And when it grows, the fears become more authentic, in my opinion. I'm still not there yet, but their play is making this question far more warranted. And, I mean, some of you said, but telling you this is coming for a while. Got it? Yep, sure. But do you still think they're going to blow the division? That's why we're asking about the panic meter. What do we got here? Theft in Clarkston says, I'm a 3 on the panic meter. I trust the Hinch plan. He has been playing and managing for October for about a month now. Much better than the Yzer plan.
Can we talk about the name Theft?
I'm going to guess he did voice to text. And I don't know what theft is supposed to be because instead of Hinch, it says Hinge. I think he meant the Hinch plan. He might have meant the Hinge plan. But what could theft be? I mean, his name is either Theff, which I've never heard before, or
Seth.
Maybe he said Seth, and it came out Theft. I think we should roll with Theft. Theft. Let me tell you something. If your name really isn't Theft, but you sent that text, from here on out, in your crew, you tell your boys you want to be known as Theft.
Yeah, or I hope your boys are listening.
And we'll do it on their own. Yep. Marlon in Walled Lake. Good morning, gentlemen. My panic level is at a 7 for the Tigers. The only reason it's not higher is because Cleveland is our kryptonite, and we have Scuba going on the mound today. If we lose this game, my panic level will just be at a 12. There's nothing left to say after today. That's from Marlon.
Well, I guess today is a pretty important game.
Yep. Yep.
And I honestly think today is an important game. I think it's important for the sanity of the fans, and I think it's important for the psyche of the players. I mean, the players need to experience winning again and beating a really good team that at times has had their number. And the Tigers have had – look, they swept Cleveland earlier this year too. So it does go both ways, but this is a battle, and this is the team that prevented them from going to the ALCS last year. It's an important game today. There's only, 9 games left in the season, 10 games left in the season, whatever it is. They're all so very important.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Steve. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Good morning, Steve. We lost Steve. Back to Ticket Text. Bill in Madison Heights says, hi, Doug and Gator. I'm at a 4 right now. If they lose today, it's a 10. That's how big this game is. I also think you're overhyping Mize and Flaherty a bit. Neither one of them can seem to get through 6 innings. Bill, let me be clear what I'm saying. They are pitching better.
A lot better.
Full stop. If that's overhyping, then so be it.
Well,
they are pitching better than they were.
Yeah, and I do think that it's funny how we look at pitching today compared to what we did maybe just a few years ago even. That if you get 5 innings out of a starter and he gives up 1 run or less, it's an excellent outing, even though it's only 5 innings. It's barely half the game. But that's how it is these days. It's about pitch counts and all that, and some of these guys need to be more efficient so they can pitch longer into games. That would be great. Maybe trust the defense a little bit more and maybe not hunt for the strikeout as much. But whatever the case is, I think the starting pitching has been better. But as the starting pitching got better, the bullpen got weaker, and the hitting has been sporadic. Inconsistent, I think is probably a better word than sporadic.
I'm not going to read this one about Quan and food poisoning. No, we don't like that. We don't endorse that. Scott in Carlton says,
can happen.
Can Steven Quan play edge for the Lions? By the way, I'm a 4 on a scale 1 to 12.
I think Steven Quan would find a way to take the most efficient route to the quarterback and do it in a subtle way every game where at the end of every game you're going, wow, remember when Quan got in there? He's so good.
When the
Is
Tigers,
he like the best player that's not a superstar? And I'm not even close to a superstar. This guy isn't. It's not like he's gone 25 and 100.
The only thing I can
320.
think, what we don't do is we don't watch every Guardian game.
Right.
But when the Guardians play the Tigers, he's Superman.
In games we watch.
Yep. This person didn't sign their text, which is a shame. When the Tigers finish this epic collapse, it's 100% on Scott Harris.
Oh, there we go.
The GMs in this town are all about sustainability and keeping the seats full. Championships are not a priority.
I don't think it's ever about keeping the seats full. Sustainability, I'll agree with, and being able to sustain playoff runs. Yeah, I don't think the Tigers wanted to mess with that mix at the deadline because those players to put you over the top weren't available. I just don't think they were.
Yes, they were. Don't you read the internet?
Thank you. But they weren't available.
But this is the kind of thing. Hold on. First of all, the Lions sell out no matter what.
Yeah.
The Red Wings are kind of there, too. The Red Wings always have butts in the seats. This place, they need to be competitive. Do I think that motivated? Do you think butts in the seats is what motivated Brad Holmes? No.
No.
I don't think even remotely close if you're going to say all the GMs in this town. Secondly is real trade talk between actual general managers that actually takes place is way different than the fantasy trade talk that we see out there on the internet. We love to talk about it, but in the end, Brad Holmes lifted the window a little bit and said, guys, Max Crosby wasn't available. They weren't trading him. Well, I mean, I can choose not to believe that. I can choose to believe it, I guess, or not to believe it. But getting mad about trades that you don't even know that were really possible, I always find it's fine to be frustrated. But with these kind of accusations are just to me over the top. I can't endorse that text.
I can't relate to that when it comes to the Lions because I think the Lions have done an amazing job of building this team the right way with the foundation of great players, with great drafts year in and year out, and having the right coaching staff where you see, this team, I think the window of winning a Super Bowl is there for many years because of what they've done. With the Tigers and Red Wings, I think both teams have taken maybe I don't know if it's a similar approach or not because in football it's different. I think guys can hit the ground running and make an impact right away. In baseball and hockey with your drafts, you're drafting 18-year-olds, it's different. So I do think that Yzerman and Scott Harris both believe in the same theory, which is about building a team that can be sustainable for years. So when this guy says sustainable and uses it as a dirty word, I don't. I think it's a great word.
Right.
Because you need to build that foundation. And maybe you as a person, as a fan, you're ready to go ahead and trade Max Clark and go ahead, be damned. Go ahead, trade Max Clark and others and get Eugenio Suarez. That's not what he's thinking. He's thinking Max Clark could be my center fielder for the next 15 years. Or Kevin McGonigal will be an infielder with this team for the next 10, 15 years. That's what they're thinking, and that's what they want to put in on this team.
Well,
and with Yzerman, it's been a slow burn, and I get it. I'm losing patience too, like everybody else is. But I'm not.
That's a whole different.
Yeah, but
that's
this is a year that these young players they have better take a big step forward, and they need to make the playoffs. But we'll get into Yzerman later.
Yeah, that's a team that's not competing for championships. That's not making moves. These two teams are competing for a championship. And look, I mean, unnamed texter GM guy would do it different. Got it. Noted. 248-539-9797. More phone calls and feedback coming up. Interesting story percolating out of Allen Park as it pertains to our Lions. Could be some good news. That is at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of law. And that's why our guy Steve and his crew at Michigan Auto Law are the best in the business when it comes to auto accidents and truck accidents. Give them a call or check them out online. It's a law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers give the ball to Tarek Skubal this afternoon, looking to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Guardians and turn things around, now with just a 4.5-game lead over Cleveland in the Central. Last night's 4-0 loss to the Guardians was the Tigers' 14th in 21 games, while the surging Guardians have won 11 of 12. This morning right here on 97.1 The Ticket, manager AJ Hinch telling Costa and Jansen the Tigers are not feeling the pressure. They're just working to handle their business, but this does feel like the playoffs. Tanner Bybee starts this afternoon for Cleveland. Here first pitch at 1:10, pregame show at 12:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions beat reporter Justin Rogers reporting that defensive tackle Aleem McNeil says that if the Lions needed him to suit up for a game, he could right now as he still returns from injury, still several weeks away. The Red Wings begin training camp in Traverse City this morning. They start their preseason next Tuesday at home against the Blackhawks. Michigan State will have their hands full defensively in the Big Ten opener at USC on Saturday. The Trojans first in the nation in total offense and second in scoring, 55 points a game for them and a very balanced attack as well, ranking top 20 in both the run and the pass. Spartans big 18.5-point underdogs. And after the Lions routed the Bears on Sunday, Chicago head coach, former Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson says the Bears' practice habits right now are not championship caliber. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Back to your phone calls in a moment. We've been talking about the panic meter in Detroit right now as it pertains to our Tigers. You know, it's interesting. I'm sure everybody wants to know what my panic meter score is, your panic meter, Kang, Theth. Everybody wants to know what everybody's panic meter is. I'm at a 2.5. Gator, you're at a 4.0. Kang's at a pi, 3.14. The average listener, though, I just did the math. What we've taken in so far, 7.35 is where they are with the Tigers right now. 248-539-9797.
I feel like that number gets cut more than in half if they win today. Like if there's no setbacks to Skubal. Skubal is out there and pitches, 7 shutout innings. The Tigers win it 6-0, and I think if that average goes from 7 to 2.
So, look, this story's percolating here a little bit as it pertains to our Detroit Lions. And I want to credit Justin Rogers, who is the Lions insider that I first saw this. If others have it, I apologize. I texted Birchie about it because Birchie does the podcast with Rogers. And that it's Aleem McNeil is actually ahead of schedule. And Birchie said Dan Campbell mentioned the way he's been progressing. They could get him back a little sooner than expected. Brad Holmes said in August, quote, having Aleem on his way back that has potential to be a little bit earlier than expected because he's doing great right now. He is eligible to come off the injured list in week 5.
Yeah, they have to miss the first 4 weeks of the season.
I feel like we've been talking about Aleem McNeil around Thanksgiving. It could be sooner than that, which would be extraordinarily helpful.
It would, and yet at the same time, I don't want to rush it.
I don't either.
He's vitally important to that defensive line. I think coming back, he's got the ACL, right?
Yes.
I think coming back from the ACL injury, it just seems to me that there may be that false sense of security that things are going well, it feels good, but you're really not ready yet. It's just not, strengthened 100% yet or whatever that they need to see that. It's a feeling that I have. It's a gut feeling.
Yeah.
You hear this thing takes whatever, anywhere from, 10 to 14 months to recover from. But I'm very encouraged by it. I mean, he's confident about it. That's awesome. Let the Lions doctors decide when the right time is to come back. And frankly, if it's any time before Thanksgiving, I think that's awesome. Every game you get is a bonus if it's before Thanksgiving.
Kang, any thoughts on the possibility of Aleem McNeil maybe back a little bit earlier than expected?
I think it's great news, obviously. I don't want to rush him as well, though. I've been hurt before with injuries with this team, especially on defense. But, yeah, that's great news. These things usually last 9 to 12 months, and he sounds like he's going to come back on the closer to the 9-month side. like I said, take your time. Right now we have Williams and Reeder, knock on wood. They're still there. Lopez in the rotation as well. But, yeah, huge lift for this team. And really it affects possibly Aiden Hutchinson and him getting to quarterback more, because when you have another guy you have to worry about on that line, it doesn't have to be the exact guy who's the exact opposite of Hutch. Anyone on that line that commands a double team and leaves someone one-on-one, where Campbell mentions all the time, you've got to win a one-on-one matchup. Whether you double Hutch or you double McNeil, somebody beat their man one-on-one. So that's huge for the defense right there.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Al, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Al.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Great, Al.
Hey, I was wondering, you're going to think I'm crazy. Do you think it's possible Brad Holmes doesn't want to get us another edge rusher to help Hutchinson because Hutchinson's in negotiations to sign a new contract, and if his numbers are really good, that costs Brad Holmes more money. Am I crazy or not?
Do you really think that's the case?
I don't know, because I can't understand why Brad would not get us a freaking edge rusher. What's his problem?
Do you really think that's the case?
I don't know.
He would sacrifice the betterment of the team because, I bet he better not be too good because we're going to have to pay him too much?
Right. What other reason would there be? And you know how cheap Brad is.
Is he cheap? He's cheap?
And handing out contracts
tell me
left
something
and right.
that's cheap about him.
Well, he doesn't sign any other players, just our own.
He signed DJ Reed, the top corner on the market.
Oh, come on. He's still cheap. You guys know he's cheap. He's the cheapest.
Al, not only you're crazy, you're rude, Al. We know he's cheap. I'm not accepting that from you, Al.
Oh, come on.
I don't know how you think he's cheap when he sets the market at the time with a Penei Sewell contract. He gives Jared Goff a monster contract. Gives Amon, yeah, exactly. And
if
don't
he's
you want
cheap,
to keep
he wouldn't
your players?
re-sign him. He just franchise him.
He just re-signed Jamison Williams to an extension that actually is Lion team friendly, and they're trying to work an extension for Hutch. But you think they're not going to get the edge rusher because it might make Hutch look too good? That's ludicrous. Good day, sir. I mean, what?
It's cheap. There's a cap, by the way. There is a cap in place, and he says he's keeping some cap space because he wants flexibility. Dexter Lawrence is growing increasingly mad with the Giants. What if that's what he wants? What if they do get accessibility to Trey Hendrickson if Cincinnati starts to take on water without Joe Burrow?
Mm-hmm.
He says he wants flexibility. I believe him. Cheap. He's handing out massive contracts.
Look,
the guy's in-house, given if that's what you think.
Bring the temperature down a little bit, and let's say this. If your reasoning and think that he is cheap is because they didn't go out and bring back Zadarius Smith, or they didn't get involved with Jadeveon Clowney, okay, fair enough, that's your view. I disagree with it. I do think that they've kept cap space open so that they can have plenty of flexibility going into the trade deadline, because right now they really do like their roster. You may not like the roster because they didn't get the high-end guy that probably wasn't available except for Micah Parsons, and had they gone after Micah Parsons, well, I mean, then you're making your decision. You want Micah Parsons or you want Aiden Hutchinson? Because you can't have them both.
You can't have them both.
Term.
Let me just say this. Brad Holmes' motivation is to win a Super Bowl. Brad Holmes is trying to win a Super Bowl with the Detroit Lions. He's doing it differently than certainly Al wants, and some people in our audience. He definitely thinks he can build this young core, put pieces around him, and that this group is going to be good enough to eventually win a Super Bowl, bring a Super Bowl to Detroit. Any other motivation? The idea that he doesn't want to put the best team on the field because he wants to get a deal on one of his players is absurd. 248-539-9797. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to take your shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Just looked out at the inbox. You know, if we get another elite edge rusher, fans are going to want next a third elite edge rusher.
I'd love to have another
too.
elite edge rusher. I think it'd be
too.
amazing.
I can see why they haven't, but others can't understand it. Like, in a cap world, I've always said this about teams with caps, in leagues with caps. You have to take chances somewhere that this cheaper player is going to be able to make plays for you to balance the books.
Yes.
Their guy this year is probably Marcus Davenport. It's fully, like, it's all incentives, right?
Davenport and Muhammad. That's another one.
Yeah, Quiddy Muhammad. Yeah, that we think that we can get away because last year the defense was pretty good before Hutch got hurt. So the theory was we're getting Hutch back. We're going to have Hutch. We're going to have Aleem McNeil back. We added Tyleek Williams. We think he can make an impact as the season goes on. He's having a start, and he's actually doing pretty well. This is the area where we think we can maybe get more production out of a cheaper player opposite Hutch, and we're going to roll the dice here. This is always how I've thought that a lot of GMs have to make these decisions. I'm not putting like –
got to be careful when you use the word cheap.
Well, but I don't think in a cap world you have to kind of pick and choose which areas you're going to spend on.
Right.
And they think with one elite edge rusher, we'd rather spend elsewhere than the other elite edge rusher. But it could fall into their lap this year. We'll see. He says it's flexibility. Al says it's cheap. Gator, today is National Cheeseburger Day.
Oh.
Yep. So, your ideal cheeseburger, what kind of cheese? What other condiments and lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles? Like, what do you do on that? What's your perfect cheeseburger?
I got, for me, it's I do love a good cheeseburger. It's probably American cheese.
Okay.
And I don't need to have it melted.
Okay.
I like it. I like the heat of the burger to melt the cheese itself gradually, rather than melting it on a grill or whatever. Like I put the cheese on after the burger is off the grill and on the bun. I like to have
it's a little soft, but not fully melted.
Exactly. Yeah, and I don't get too crazy with my my toppings. I do like some really thin sliced pickles. I love onions on a burger.
Okay.
I don't need to have lettuce. I'll probably avoid it if I'm constructing my perfect burger. Very thin sliced tomato on that burger. I like to have a base sauce. My ideal would be something like a Thousand Island or a Russian dressing type.
Yeah.
On a.
It sounded like it's going to be simple, but you've gotten into it.
But it's stuff that you might have around the house. It's just simple. The brioche bun.
I got it. Yeah,
love that.
Pickles thinly sliced, right? Yeah, thinly sliced.
Well, just, I don't want anything I don't want the burger to be stacked too high, and I don't want stuff falling out.
Thousand Islands, brioche bun.
And I will start with.
This doesn't sound very simple.
Well, it is, and a very very little squirt of mustard and ketchup on it, and
Thousand Island.
Yeah, and then what I will do is, I will take mustard and perhaps some ketchup as well on the side. And maybe dip my burger in there as I see fit.
Kang, did that sound simple to you?
Hey, man. Nothing simple when it comes to a delicious cheeseburger. Did it sound simple to me? In Gator's mind, it was simple, right? That's all that matters.
Okay. Yep.
I think burgers are more complex than we realize once we start, piecing it together what we want perfectly on our burger.
Sure.
Because unless you're just getting cheese and meat, then it's going to get a little complex.
That to me is simple.
You wanted specifics, cooked to a medium or medium rare. How's that? You want to be more?
Oh,
specific? Yeah.
I like my medium
what
well.
About?
My perfect cheeseburger, Doug, is I don't mind a store-bought bun, honestly. It's just got to hold.
Yeah.
Medium well. American cheese, I'll die on the hill. That is the perfect cheese for any cheeseburger. Lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, mayo. That's my perfect cheeseburger.
That's solid, man.
Am I allowed to have an opinion? Because it's. I'm asking. I have no. If you guys say no because you don't eat red meat, and I will make turkey burgers all the time. But if that voids me from this conversation, I'll accept that.
I mean, you're throwing. I feel like a turkey burger takes it in a different direction because I don't know if if the turkey burger with American cheese is the way that I would go. On a hamburger, that's absolutely the way to go. Make it a cheeseburger, just throw the American cheese. But with a turkey burger, I imagine you got to go with like a. Some kind of a jalapeno jack cheese type thing, right?
I mean, so I do make cheeseburgers, turkey burgers, and I do it almost the exact same way every time. And I don't know if this qualifies. I don't know if you're going to say I'm disqualified for this conversation for what I'm about to say. But I asked you your perfect cheeseburger. Kang, your perfect cheeseburger. My perfect cheeseburger is a turkey burger with blue cheese, onion straws, and A1. And that's the one I have more than anything else. And the A1 is on the side. It is dipped. I dip into the A1. I dip it in the, like, I'll just take a bite, dip in where my next bite's coming, and I do that over and over and over, and dip it in over and over. And that is my. Now, does that count, or am I disqualified for the conversation again?
No, I mean it counts.
Somehow you answered the question wrong.
Yeah, it was. It's fine, but like I say, when you go turkey burger, it changes the profile completely because it's not treated the same way as a hamburger is.
So, Kang, I mean, would you eat what I described?
Dude, I would never in my life order that burger. I was like, it's getting worse. It's like as it kept going on.
I would actually try it.
Yeah, you got Gator on your side.
What about it? What about it doesn't sound good to you?
All right, I can get over the turkey burger part. Okay, I've had a turkey burger before. It's not my first choice, but I can eat one. Then you went with the blue cheese, then the A1, and I'm just like, dude, stop. It's just it's just like when you're a kid and you're like, I'm just going to put everything on here and see what it tastes like.
But you know what, King? Start to think of it this way, okay? If you move the turkey burger aspect of this, and you think about a steak, what are sides for a steak? Blue cheese is a side for a steak. You got the onions are a side for the steak, and you've got a steak sauce there. So I don't think it's that far off.
But
I think it's interesting.
I hear what you're saying, Gator. That makes sense. But you can't ignore the fact that the protein is a turkey. That changes the profile.
No, right.
You know,
That's what I'm
completely.
saying. That's the part so for me, that's why I want to try it because I'm curious what it does taste like. Because I've only had when I have turkey burgers, it's always been with the what do you call it? The pepper jack cheese to add the little spice to it. And then if I'm throwing other stuff on there, it's probably just I don't even know if I'm going tomato. It might just be or onion. It might just be tomato. I don't even know. Doug's throwing me for a loop here.
No, well, look, I when I heard it was National Cheeseburger Day, I started thinking about, all right, when I make a turkey burger, what do I do most frequently? And what I just described is what I do most frequently. The cool thing about it, I mean, my family will have blue cheese, but they can do whatever they want. They can throw American on there, Swiss.
I mean, they eat
there.
at a different table, but yeah. There's that. You've been ostracized. But I mean,
in spite of all this, my children do not hate me, just for the record. They don't mind the turkey burgers, but they dress them up differently than I do. But
I mean, you think about like a black and blue burger, right, King? That's blue cheese.
Yeah, I actually don't mind blue cheese. I'm surprised there was no green vegetable on there for you, Doug. Nothing like that.
Yeah, there was not nary a mention of lettuce and or kale.
Nope. When I do this burger, that's how I do it. I mean, is onion a vegetable? They're the onion straws, though. They're not there's like those Frenchish things that come in the. That's what I put on there. So, but if you want to give a shout out to the place in Metro Detroit that has the single best cheeseburger, and we're not looking for chains, we're looking for,
the place to go.
The place to go. The corner restaurant, the family owned.
Like as much as I like Five Guys,
pub,
I'm not talking Five Guys.
The pub, the bar you hang out at. Whatever it is, if you want to give them a shout out, 248-539-9797. And as an addendum, would you eat the burger I just described?
I'm curious of that too.
I want to know if anybody thinks that, and they might say that's not a cheeseburger. Does blue cheese make it a cheeseburger or not?
It's a blue cheese turkey burger.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson outside Comerica Park. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff next hour. AJ Hinch joined the morning show and was really interesting. In the noon hour, we'll play the best of what he had to say. A lot of talk about handling pressure. A lot of talk about how he gets them back to where they were. A lot of talk about this Cleveland series. A lot of talk about the pitching. And AJ Hinch, who's been really open and honest all season long with our morning show. It's been really fun to listen to. He runs it down right now as people are starting to, if they haven't panicked, they're reaching for the panic button or identifying where it is. 248-539-9797. It's also National Cheeseburger Day. So people are telling us who's got the best cheeseburger and any cheeseburger hacks you have. We talked about our perfect cheeseburgers. Gator's got a lot going on. Kang a little bit more simple. Mine is a turkey burger with blue cheese, onion straws, and A1 sauce, and it's considered rather controversial, I guess. Matt writes in, MMI in downtown Utica, the Shamrock Pub has the best. Matt at MMI, in downtown Utica, the Shamrock Pub has the best burger, hands down. If you get to Utica, chill with it. It's pure heaven.
Ken, you ever had that?
I love it. Right by where I live, very big staple of downtown Utica. Very good burger. Very simple. More simple than your burger.
Unnamed texter says, Copper Mug in Walled Lake. It's phenomenal. And Doug, yes, I would eat your burger. Have you guys ever had salmon burgers far superior to the turkey burger? No. I've never had a salmon burger.
I don't like the taste of salmon. I like fish. I don't like the taste of salmon. It's too distinct to me. I've never been a fan.
Gotcha.
Doug, have you had salmon burger?
I've never had salmon burgers, no. I know, like, it's really, I like salmon on a plank on my green egg, and outside of that, I don't get it very much.
Green egg being the cooker.
Yes.
Yes.
Not
a green eggs and ham.
No,
Sam,
like the green egg smoker cooker thing, yes. Dan, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Dan.
Oh, good morning, fellas. I wanted to get on this burger talk because one thing I haven't heard you guys mention yet is bacon jam. Have you guys ever had bacon jam?
I have.
So bacon jam on a burger with those shoestring fries, some either pepper jack or American cheese and jalapenos is a knockout burger.
I like all of it except the bacon jam.
You don't like bacon jam?
Well, I don't eat bacon. Is there bacon? Is there actual bacon in it?
Of course.
Yeah, there's bacon. Yeah. It's like caramelized onions, like syrupy. It's delicious.
Yeah, cool. Yep. Hard no for me, but that's all right. Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
Can you make a turkey bacon jam?
Was that something like something you would eat?
I'm not a big I'm not a big bacon jam guy. It's fine, but you know me and bacon. I like bacon by itself.
You don't like bacon as on top of anything else. You just want a piece of bacon.
I just want my bacon.
Kang, would you
Can
eat
I just get my bacon?
Kang, would you eat that burger as he described it with the bacon jam?
Yeah, I would. I'm a bacon guy. Just not over the top like Gator, but I enjoy bacon. Bacon jam is good too.
We got another Dan next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
What's up?
Hi there.
So my best cheeseburger is Bates Burgers, 5 Mile in Farmington in Livonia. It's like a slider, but they grill up the onions while they're cooking the burgers. You can get a double cheeseburger there. It's still on the slider side. It's not too big. It is a little greasy, but I like it. Anyway, that's my vote. Bates.
Yeah, Bates is solid. They get like the trio of Bates and Greens and Hunter House are all very similar, and they're all very good.
Let's go to Sean next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Sean.
Hey, how you doing?
Great,
Sean.
What's going on, man? I just wanted to call in, give a shout out to the guys at Crazy Burger over there in Detroit on West McNichols and Asbury Park.
Okay.
Pretty good smash burgers, man. They all original, like the guys was just talking about with the grilled onions, cheese, ketchup, mustard, and pickle. They do it the old school way, man. They real good. They give a lot of. You got to check them out on Google. They got a 4.9 on Google right now.
Oh, that's big. Where Crazy Burger? Really, you say?
Yeah, Crazy Burger. They got a 9.2 from Keith Lee too. I know you mentioned something about the salmon burger, but they do an awesome salmon burger over there. They got a 9.2 from Keith Lee.
Look at that.
I don't know who Keith Lee is.
Keith Lee, like the professional wrestler Keith Lee?
No, that's what Kenny said too, by the way. Keith Lee is a
former
food
Memphis basketball player.
Famous Keith Lee's? Your favorite Keith Lee?
Yeah.
No, he's a food blogger.
Okay. Sean, thank you.
So
Okay.
not the wrestler. Okay.
Not the Memphis basketball player. No. Thomas is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Thomas.
Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Gator.
What's up?
Hey, you guys always make me hungry. I'm an Amazon driver, and I swear every time you guys get to talking about food, my stomach gets growling. But
Sorry,
I've got a top-notch place. It's in Ypsilanti. It's called Roy Squeeze Inn. And the base, it's you got to still go through the drive-thru. You got to pay cash. It's real vintage. It's right in Ypsilanti on Michigan Avenue, across from a hot dog shop. And both of the places have been there for years. So if you guys get in, and it's a smash burger, delicious, onions, bacon, however you want it, delicious.
How do you like
it? With bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, and mayo.
So it's a BLT burger for you.
Cheese. Man, but it's so moist and delicious and juicy. It's going to be, I'm telling you, when I call back out of next time, would you eat it? I would say that you try it.
Yeah,
I know Doug ain't going to try it because Doug only But it's cool. I'm telling you guys, if you're looking for it, it's like right before you get to the heart of Ypsilanti on Michigan Avenue. I think it's past Ecorse Road. It's delicious.
You know the place, Doug?
Yeah, I've driven past it. My sister and brother-in-law lived out that direction. So, yeah. Familiar with it, Thomas. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Jake is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. So let me tell you about my favorite burger. It's from the Hudson Cafe, downtown Detroit. I think they have another spot in Northville, which is mostly a breakfast, like a brunch place. But the burger there that I've had is the best burger I've ever had in my life. It's 8-ounce prime burger. It's got bacon, Swiss, onion straws, and then a blueberry mayo, which is actually a lot of blueberry taste to it. And it is by far the best burger I've ever had in my life.
That's a big-ass burger. That's a half-pound burger right there.
Yeah, it's a big burger, but you keep the vegetables off it. You know, it's not as big.
That's how you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Gator, can I ask you a
National
question?
Cheeseburger Day.
Yeah, please.
The weight the same. Prefer one patty or two patties? Like the total weight's the same, like a double quarter pounder patty, or just one double quarter pounder.
Have 2 4-ounce patties or 1 8-ounce patty.
Yes,
you're saying, right?
Correct.
I think the double. I don't know.
You
That's
think?
a great
You're not
question.
sure? You're not sure?
No, I'm not sure because I think right now I'm thinking like a half-pound burger is too big of a burger for me. I don't want it to be that big. Maybe just, I don't know. You can't nail me down on this one. I don't know.
All right, go ahead. Think about it.
You have to do the taste test.
All right.
Get a full pound worth of burger and take a bite of each. See which one suits my palate more. I'm going to guess it's probably the single one. But I don't know, Kang. That's a great question.
Yeah, I think you got to do it. Try it out yourself.
Yeah, that's a great question.
All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox.
That's why he's our producer.
Yes, he is. Perfect burger argument. Burgers can be made from any meat. Hamburger is beef. Doug's Burger lost immediately with the blue cheese.
Tongue is meat.
Yeah. not. You ever had a tongue burger, Gator?
Not.
Unnamed texter. Gator just said he doesn't like a lot of things on his burger, and then the only thing he left off it was lettuce. LOL.
It's not true. It's everything was very thin. So it's pickles, onions, tomato, and cheese. And then I'm going to slather some Thousand Island.
Thousand Island, ketchup and mustard.
Well, you got to have a condiment with it,
right? You have 3.
Well, one is one's like the base of the bun, though, isn't it? I thought that kind of goes without saying.
Top 3. Number 1, Nemo's. Number 2, Miller's. Number 3, Tavern on Main and Clausen. Doug's Burger, hell no.
I still have not had a Miller's cheeseburger, and this always comes up as it's one of the top burgers in Metro Detroit. I've never had it. I want to try it one of these days. One of these days when we come back from like Allen Park or the Lions practice or something like that, I'm going to stop there and get it because it seems too good to pass up. Because you always hear about like Red Coat Tavern has a great burger, or Mr. Joe's Bar in Southfield, they've got a great burger. But Miller's is always there too.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Let's get to a couple more of these, and then we'll get back to the NFL. The Food Exchange on Harper Road is the best burger. It's called the Big Baby Burger with corned beef, American and Swiss cheese, lettuce, tomato, pickles on an onion roll. That's from Will. Okay, a burger with corned beef, American and Swiss cheese. Gator, I'm going to guess you say too much.
It does sound a little
For you.
Younger Gator was fine with this. When I was at Michigan, thank you, Evan. When I was at Michigan State, my first year there, we lived right by the Harrison Roadhouse on Center Street, right behind it. And we would go up to the Roadhouse, and the Roadhouse had the Holy Harrison burger. And it was a burger, a cheeseburger, but it had like a bunch of ham on it as well. And it was a big high-stack burger that had an awesome remoulade sauce that went with it, like kind of like a thin Thousand Island that you could just kind of dip in, which was delicious. But that was almost too much for me. Actually, it kind of was too much. So the idea of combining a deli meat with the burger, like I said, younger Gator, I would have been all about it. Older Gator, not so much.
And this one from Al, my perfect cheeseburger has another edge rusher on it. 248-539-9797. Ticket text to the same number. All right, let's get back to the NFL. Interesting stories. We talked about the Lee McNeil possibly back earlier. And there is some smoke coming out of NFL City, and it's probably not good. We'll get to that today at 11:50. Hey, if you didn't already know, fall is Twin Peaks' favorite time of year. And if you're a Detroit sports fan, it's even better. 10 games left in the baseball season. Series finale today. Division rivals at 1:10. You don't want to miss it. You can go watch it at Twin Peaks. And, of course, all the local football action on Saturday. You got pro football action all day Sunday. And the best for last, the Kings of the North in the game of the year Monday night against Lamar. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, it's really a no-brainer. Twin Peaks is the best place to catch a game, period. Never miss a game with 50 high-definition TVs with capabilities of showing up to 8 games at once. There isn't a bad seat in the house. Pair that with a scratch kitchen serving up classic tailgate favorites like the house-smoked ribs and wings, and pair it with a 29-degree draft beer, bucket specials, Bloody Marys. Vibes are right. So don't forget Twin Peaks. And the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come catch the greatest game day atmosphere outside of being at the game. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So, headline in Sports Illustrated, NFL Power Rankings, Lions prove they still belong on Super Bowl contender shortlist. That was a headline on Sports Illustrated's Power Rankings story. And I think that bothers some people out there because it can't possibly be true since, Brad Holmes doesn't want to win and all. But still there. Still there, hanging around.
Yeah, just hanging
Super Bowl
around.
contender shortlist.
That's all you want to do is hang around.
This is going to be a really interesting game because I think Detroit is going to either be absolutely fully 100% on board or it could be panic round 2. This Monday night game is really the fulcrum of the directions this could swing are just opposite ends of the spectrum, isn't it?
It is, and the closer we get to it, the more confident I am that the Lions win this game.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think Baltimore's defense is as formidable as we've seen in the past. And I think the Lions can put points up. And I'm really curious to see how they attack Baltimore from a defensive standpoint. I think there'll be some big plays, but I think the Lions are better tasked to limit that than the previous teams that Baltimore has faced so far this season. So I think if they go with the mindset we have to stop the run, it's the way to go. And then go ahead and take your chances that your secondary will be able to stick with Zay Flowers and DeAndre Hopkins and Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews.
Well, here's one thing that they're probably not going to do. They're probably not going to hold Baltimore's offense to a low total.
No, I wouldn't expect that. But, I mean, let's say they give up 24 points. If you were told the Lions give up 24.
Oh, I'd take it.
Yeah, because I think they'll score more than 30.
Well, if their defense isn't up to the Baltimore standard, that's a game changer. And I mean, I guess Baltimore's defense, they set a standard so high years ago that the Baltimore standard, the question is whether or not they're good. Like, is the Baltimore defense good or bad? Or is Baltimore going to be trying to win games the way Detroit sort of had to near the end of last year where they got devastated? Their defense got decimated, rather, by injuries, and they just had to try and win via shootouts. But, okay, so a couple other things here that's interesting. One is this story that was in the update. Ben Johnson's quote yesterday, I think our practice habits are yet to reflect a championship caliber team. We should be going to the football and finishing hard. We talk about it all the time with the offensive players that our fundamentals, our finish, and our technique, they need to show up in walkthrough. They need to show up on the practice field. That's how it shows up on game day. Simple things of how do we properly block? How do we catch the ball? How do we block after the catch? Ball security and things like that. It's little things that you learn in youth football that even at this level, they make a huge difference. Practice level not up to championship caliber. Then there's this, I don't know if you saw this, Jaquan Brisker. Somebody tweeted out, they got to let Jaquan Brisker get up on the line of scrimmage and play in the backfield. DA got to take the chains off number 9, DA being Dennis Allen, the defensive coordinator. Brisker replied and said, facts, use me. Is there trouble here early on in Chicago, like lose the team trouble?
I don't know about that. I think that defensive backs are on a similar plane as wide receivers. They like to talk, and they want to be involved because, particularly as a defensive back, you're only involved when they throw it to your area. Otherwise, 90% of the time you're not. So you think you're getting the job done. You want to do more. Go ahead. You can look at it as a positive that this guy has more to give and he's willing to give more. That's fine, but I look at the first statement from Ben Johnson.
About practice?
Yeah, and I think that's smart. I think it's smart after 2 weeks because this is his first year as the head coach, second week in, and you're not getting the results you want. I think you're allowed to make a loud statement here without pounding the table and fire and brimstone. I don't think that's the tenor of what it was. I think it's matter of fact making a statement that we have to practice better. And it's on all of us to get us to this level because he also took the blame himself as a head coach. He didn't get his team ready to go, which is also smart. But if you wait till too late in the season to try to send that message when things are going slowly, it's too late to do it. Right now is the time to do it when you can still have that impression on these players.
Is it smart to do it publicly? I mean, is this something that needs to be said publicly?
Well, yeah. I think if you're trying to change the culture of Chicago Bears football, which clearly he is, and he's come now from, dare we say, a winning culture in Detroit and how to do things, and he knows how to do things because of that example. Yeah, I think it is important you say that publicly. It's not saying you guys suck, my team's terrible. It's saying we need to raise the standard, and let's go out there and raise the standard. And then when they show it in practice, and the next time you come out in front of cameras and microphones, you can say, we had a hell of a week of practice. The guys really responded. Everyone's taking ownership of this thing, and we're going to row the boat in the right direction, Doug.
Kang, what do you make of these stories? Brisker complaining publicly and Johnson saying they need to practice at a different level.
I think this is the growing pains of a brand new coach trying to set a brand new culture. I more agree with Gator than not. I think that some things, I doubt anything he says to the media, Ben Johnson, he hasn't already told his team. So that should be the way, at least. I don't think you want to break news to the team through the media. I think he's told them to their faces, we got to practice better. This is not how championship teams practice. I think Juwan Brisker, that's just social media today's day and age. 2025, it's going to happen. You cannot take the phones away from these guys, and you basically can't ban them from going on social media. So I think this is like I said, the growing pains of switching the culture, switching the coach. I know Bears fans have gone through this many times, but you do at some point have to stick with somebody and let it, see it through. And I think Ben Johnson, I don't know if he's going to be a great coach, but I think he is a great football mind. Now, getting the message across may be something different, but guys like he can lean on Dennis Allen, who's been a coach in this league. So I think this is something that you just got to go through with every team. Like here, did we forget the Lions were 3-13-1, and people wanted Dan Campbell fired, right? So it's not going to be easy from the beginning.
What I find interesting about this, though, is if you look at sort of the food chain, and you guys kind of alluded to this, he's trying to mimic Detroit. Right?
Yeah.
We have the culture now. In the dysfunctional era of the Lions, which was everything leading up to this era, there was some level of dysfunction. This is the kind of stories and things you had to deal with. We don't deal with much of this crap anymore. This off the field, any kind of bickering or debate about practice, we just don't have to deal with that. It's all about the games, which is beautiful.
And we've seen two examples here, which I think are pretty important examples to look at when it comes to dealing with that. You've got the Matt Patricia example, where he did not he spoke loudly early, and it looked like initially that, okay, things are starting to pay off. They had that game in Miami. They trained really hard for it. They were prepared for it. They weren't cramping up, and I think they won that game, and things are going right. But in the end, you realize that Matt Patricia was the wrong guy to be a head coach. He just rubbed everybody the wrong way. And he eventually did not get everybody on board because his way of thinking probably wasn't the right way of thinking. Then he had Dan Campbell come in and do the same thing, but it's the way that he did it. It's the way that he presented it that was almost like an impassioned plea to the players. Get on board with me, guys. Trust
Remember
me,
that?
we got this. Instead of it's my way or the highway, it's trust me, we can get this thing going. And when they had to make adjustments, when Anthony Lynn wasn't getting it done, they changed up. When they had to make a change in the defensive backfield with the coach there, they made the change, and it built that trust so you can endure having a 3-13-1 season to build off of that. And even when you go whatever it was 2-6 to start the next year, 1-6 to start the next year, you knew it was going to click at some point, and it did, and it's been a well-oiled machine ever since.
I guess it goes back to my leader of men theory when it comes to the head coach. Can you get everybody to buy into your messaging? Dan Campbell did, Matt Patricia didn't.
Yeah.
And right there, Ben Johnson, book's still out, right? We don't know if Ben Johnson can get everybody on the same page, but he's calling for harder practice. I mean, does Ben Johnson need to say to Jaquan Brisker, we're not going to do this publicly, just talk to us? If you have an idea, let's collaborate here a little bit. I mean, maybe they have talked publicly and they have talked behind closed doors. I don't know the particulars there, but not our problem. Our problem is that the Tigers aren't playing great. AJ Hinch joined the morning show. We'll get to some of the best of what he had to say in the next hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. We'll continue to talk some NFL. But straight ahead, why today is the biggest day of the entire 162-game regular season. It's Tiger Baseball taking on Cleveland in Game 3 of this series. Tarek Scuba on the Hill. We'll talk some Tigers at 12:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tarek Skubal looks to get things back on track for the Tigers. He gets the ball today as they look to avoid a sweep. Now just 4.5 games up on Cleveland in the Central. That 4-0 loss to Cleveland last night, the 14th in 21 games for the Tigers, while the Guardians have won 11-12 to chase down the Tigers. This morning right here on 97.1 The Ticket, on the morning show, manager AJ Hinch was asked about how they handle the pressure. Cleveland gives the ball to Tanner Bybee today. That first pitch, 110, 12:45 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Wings on the ice for training camp today in Traverse City. The preseason opener is next Tuesday against the Blackhawks downtown. WNBA playoffs last night. The Lynx using a fourth quarter comeback, beating Golden State 75-74. That's a 2-0 series sweep for them. And the Mercury dominate the Liberty 86-60. That series tied at a game apiece. ESPN's out with their future NBA power rankings, and the upstart Pistons surprisingly are at number 18. The top 5 are the Thunder, Rockets, Knicks, Cavs, and Clippers. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So it's the biggest game of the year today. It's the biggest game of the year.
Now you can say.
It's the biggest game of the year. I mean, Skubal's got to have one of those calm the F down, I got this starts. Gator, I've held on to this single card. This y'all better win a game card.
Yeah.
I've been holding on. Unfortunately, you have a whole deck of them, and you've been playing them like for
a lot of them.
For a long time. I'm playing it. I'm playing that card today. This is the y'all better win a game card. And there's a few things about it. One is, obviously, it's a Skubal start. 2 is, we need Skubal to be healthy. 3 is, people have asked questions. I don't understand why Hinch took out Tarek Skubal at 84 pitches or 86 pitches or whatever in May or June. It's so on a day like today, if he needs to go 102, he can. Like if he's at 85 through 7 innings, they put him back out there for the 8th. And I don't, this is all provided he's healthy, right? He went a little extra hard, according to AJ Hinch, on Monday and in his bullpen session, and they think he was really testing it out just to be 100% sure he didn't need to miss a start, and he passed. So now it's time. This is it, right? This is it. And let me also mention, it's not just Tarek Skubal today. It's Kyle Finnegan, the most reliable bullpen arm they have, is going an inning for Toledo today in Iowa, and we need him to pass that test. If this team's going to do anything, Skubal's got to be all Skubal-y when it matters most, and today is probably the most important game he's pitched since last year's Game 5 of the ALDS, and Kyle Finnegan's got to go out, no problems with it going, throw his inning, get in, get out, and come back to Detroit and be ready to go. It's the most important day of the year for the Tigers.
This is why it's great to have a guy like Tarek Skubal. He is a stopper. He is a true ace. He might be the best pitcher in all of baseball. So when your team is going bad, you love to have this guy take the mound because you feel very confident that he's going to do his job, and then it's just up to you guys. You do your job. Hopefully they're not pressing too much, and you can feel a little bit more relaxed out there, but not too relaxed because – this Cleveland team is charging, man.
Yep.
11-1 in the last 12 games. They really have a taste for this. They desperately want to get into the postseason. They've got a chance, and they know it's all up to them and what they're going to do.
So they've been chipping away. Cleveland's been chipping away, and Detroit has been reeling. And it's to be acknowledged. They are not playing great baseball, and they have got to finish this deal. And they've got a week and a half here to keep Cleveland at bay and win the damn division, and keep Seattle at bay, still 2 games back of them for that number 2 seed, which is really important for a team like Detroit. But the Tigers have earned the latitude to get away with some poor play. Like, we watched the lead this year go from 5 games to 10 games to 15 games, and And the expectation was it's just going to keep growing, 20 games, 25 games, 30 games, and that they were going to win this division by 30 games. And the truth is, if you look at the Tigers roster and you look at Cleveland's roster, I'm not even sure our roster here in Detroit's better. But they built this massive lead, which allows them to get away with enduring this crappy stretch of play that they've had. And let's call it what it is. They're not playing well.
I think the Tigers.
And so it's okay. With 10 games to go, they could still recapture that. But the most important thing is to close out this division first, starting with a win today.
Well, it'd be nice if the Tigers' strength in August continued into September, and it hasn't, and that was the bullpen. I think lineup-wise, I think the Tigers' everyday lineup is better than Cleveland's everyday lineup. But the Tigers, unfortunately, they go for these stretches of time and these slumps that they go through, and it's tough. Cleveland has an excellent bullpen. You turn things over to that bullpen, you've got a couple runs lead, you're going to come out winning way more often than not. And they've also gotten some timely starting pitching too. But Cleveland's humming on all cylinders right now, and the Tigers aren't. That's why I agree with you. Today is a incredibly important game, the most important game of the season. And I think it's important for the fans to calm the F down.
Yep.
And also more importantly, it's for the players just to taste again what it is to win and to beat a solid team and to put some distance, because these games are so important because Cleveland's chasing you. Instead of being 3.5 if they lose, it goes back up to 5.5 if they win. That's huge. That's breathing room.
And last night's game was super frustrating. I mean, they got shut out. It felt like they had runners on base every inning. They couldn't find the big hit. They'd strike out. I mean, in the 7th, they had 2 aboard with 1 out, and they went pop-up with Ibanez on a 3-2 pitch, 95 mile an hour, piped right down the middle, and he missed it. And then I believe, I can't remember who it was now. Oh, it was the great play by Ramirez at third. That ball was hit hard, and he made a great play. They snuffed it out. And the Tigers hit the ball hard on a bunch of occasions, but they hit them right to people. And when they didn't, Stephen Kwan.
It's that left side.
I mean, I give him a ton of credit. The guy's exceptionally good in a variety of ways. Even that bunt he laid down where he got thrown out. Remember they had first and second. He laid that bunt down. He got thrown out at first. But that almost worked, and it was a good bunt, and he tested Flaherty. Can you handle this? And Flaherty did. Now, Flaherty had his moments too, right?
There were a couple moments for the Tiger pitching staff that got out of jams, and Flaherty did a great job.
It felt like Flaherty was getting into and out of trouble every inning, but that's the point, is can you get out of it? The 5th inning, there were bases loaded, 1 out, and he got out of it, including the last batter he struck out. I thought, there's the moment that's going to jumpstart the offense. And the Tigers came back and I think went 1-2-3 quickly after that. And I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Flaherty had that big moment, pump up the crowd, bases loaded, 1 out. He gets out of it with a I think the last batter was 3-1 count, right? It was a 3-1 count, 3-2, and they punched him out. And that was awesome.
They have a couple pitchers like that, right? In the rotation, you've got Skubal and you've got Flaherty that if they get into a jam, you don't have to panic just yet because they can get out of the jam because they can strike guys out. You know, if it's like 2 on and 1 out, I'm not panicked yet. I don't like what I'm seeing, but give them a chance to strike out, get the 2 down, and then, you know, you can use the whole field for the next guy. Those 2 guys can get it done. I think Melton is another one. They can do that coming out of the bullpen. He's got great stuff to strike guys out, but they don't have a ton of those guys, and that's why it's important for them to get these guys back so that they can show that off. That they've got guys that can throw in the high 90s. You can throw in the high 90s as long as your location's good. You're going to strike out your fair share. But some of these guys are at the embryonic stages of their careers, and they're still learning how to really pitch and explore what that strike zone means to them, and just sequencing and getting it all together. But they've been inconsistent coming out of the bullpen over the last several weeks.
Something did happen last night. The Tigers were up 1-0, and Arias was on second base. And I believe Herter was pitching at the time, and he caught the Tigers sleeping and just swiped third.
Yeah.
But Herter still had the ball. Cole Keith was too far away from the bag. Herter
left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, wasn't paying attention, and Arias just swiped third, and eventually came around and scored on what would have been a single that probably wouldn't have scored him if he was still on second. The Tigers are the team that does that to others, and they got it done to them, and that was a bad moment. Call it what it was. It was a bad moment.
Young pitcher. Just lacked the focus there for a second, and Cleveland's a team like Detroit that'll take advantage of those little things. Detroit's best in the business of taking the extra base. Cleveland knows how to do it. They're very fundamentally sound.
I do like the starts from Mize and Flaherty of late. One of the big questions was either of these guys going to wake up. Are these guys going to return to form before they get to the postseason? They've both been better of late. Are they the best version of themselves yet? No, but I'll take Mize's 3 starts and Flaherty's last 2 starts as good feedback, step in the right direction for a team that's been questioning whether or not they've got that number 2 and number 3 going into the postseason, provided they make it. And that's now probably a more legitimate question than it's been, but provided they make it, and I still think they will. But it's not like they're doing it without making us sweat a little bit. Skubal today, he's on this.
Feels like a little wind blowing out to right.
Yeah.
Just saying, maybe help out the left-handed batters.
Feels good. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park, and we will have that critical game, Tiger Baseball, coming up this afternoon.
What kind of a game is it?
It's critical, Scott.
Critical. Thank you.
We'll have that critical game this afternoon here on 97.1 The Ticket. AJ Hinch, the best of what he had to tell the morning show. Hear it today at 12:30. In the meantime, we've got a swinger on the NFL next here on Carson Anderson on a Thursday on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last TD of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug. Take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the National Football League. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Make sure you do that. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the first or last correct touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.